Blessed love and peace in Rastafari. Uh, it is AM and can just complete prayer meditation. Hallelujah, Alhamdulillah, Baruch Hashem, Jai Mado, Mado, Aho, Shisha. And so we have some energy, some increased energy, lots of inspiration, lots of thoughts, lots of guidance, lots of positive energy. And at the same time, with all that, lots of distraction from preceding agenda, and this angst of expression and sharing some of these ideas and inspiration, solutions, and continuing like working notes and progressions amidst this trod. Um, so sharing it here, some of it here. So how we begin this is this. We're gonna share what we think is a gem. Let us tell it. And is this. The less we change in life. Rewind. I'm going to refer to notes just to make sure I get this accurate because it makes a difference. All right. The less we change in this life, the further we change beyond this life. You can shut it down right now. Let it go. Turn it off. That's it. Thank you. All thanks and praise to the Most High. So, now, that's it. That has everything to do with what I'm about to say, but at the same time, everything I'm about to say is comparatively redundant and unnecessary. However, in this earthly realm, such as life, we continue doing it. So, not necessarily unnecessary, but it's redundant. That's the interesting British euphemism about labor. Isn't that the term, redundant? Interesting that. Anyways, all right. So now we're gonna continue with the nitty gritty in this city. And wow, I just took so I have things to do, and I'm going to and look at me, I'm so important. The thing I have to do is actually nothing. If anything, it's simply music. I'm retired. I'm like in my third retirement. So all these agenda and everything else, like all these assignments, not me, but so all that being said, point is like I got things to do, but at the same time I ain't gotta do nothing. And that's not all right, whatever. So the things that are on the not supposed to be to-do list, I intend to share towards the end of this joint, God willing. Oh yeah, we're on 16 GB, so we got some expediedness. All right. Let me. All right. Almost literally, these notes are all over the place. All right. Yeah. So we're just gonna get into it because if I try to like sugarcoat this and make it smooth, it's just gonna make it long. And and for the moment, there again the expediedness. Checking on, I mean, 16. We're right at the edge of 16. Yes, he says so. It's decent, but we also know how things can go, and there are things to do as well. I have not put that on the to-do list, but meaning the things to articulate on the things on the to-do list. So, all right, here we go. Getting into it. A lot of that delay and the hesitation is just like reconciling with the discomfort of about what I'm about to say, of about what I'm about to say. Yes. Energy. Still puffy cheeks. Got some exercise, some fitness to level up. So further delay, hesitation, discomfort, reconciliation, continuation, appreciation for the patience. So basically, we're gonna say is we're delving right into the TMI, into the discomfort, into the cringe zone. Um, Sex, and is this appropriate for children? Is the internet appropriate? The internet itself, is the internet appropriate for children? It's about how we care for children, and when we introduce things that are challenging in this life, the hypocrisies, selfishnesses, pains, to share that in a way that is supportive and purposeful and committed continually for life, for the well-being of the kinfolk, for the children. So that's what's appropriate, and that's what our ancients, our ancestors, prophets, and sages do and teach us. The stories we tell, the stories involve nasty things, not just violence, not just stealing and lying. It involves sex too. Um, so it's a matter of teaching it in a responsible way. And the internet is pervasive. Um, there's certain purpose within it. It's a huge way of communicating. It is infused within our relationships. So, all right, hesitation, sex. So the way we begin this joint, and I'm just gonna like kind of go with the notes. I've already done the change in life, so that was supposed to be after this, but I shared that at the beginning because it's important. Important. Import ants. That's interesting. Beat about Baba. All right. Sex, man, woman, resentment. Very often, there is the occasion when a man, particularly when a man is not committed to a woman, even if when he's very affectionate to her, and additionally and spends a lot of time wooing her and everything, part of the nature of it is after a man has sex with a woman, his interest in her significantly decreases. And when there's an absence of a meaningful, strong relationship before that act of sex, there's a strong tendency of him separating himself from her and likely often not seeing her again, regardless of what he said before: lies, cheating, buying, whatever. So there are a number of reasons for that. One, his energy is just significantly depleted. Um, Another, I'm not saying this is not a ranking, but one, he's tired, he's fatigued, particularly immediately right after, and so without there being nurturing from her, in addition, and before that in the relationship, the commitment, the expectations, the accountability to her family, to his family, and additionally, Then there's just that kind of like he goes to what he knows in terms of how to rebuild himself and everything else. And this is like the physical. It's I mean comprehensive mind, body, heart, and spirit. Um, but anyways, that's just the nature of it. And one of the reasons why it's important for there to be that committed relationship beforehand, so that it guides him back into the affection, and the replenishment, the rejuvenation, the re-energizing, and also the routines, so that it's not just a static kind of experience of just the club thing and then doing whatever else. But his routine is increasingly tuned with her, and his relationship with her is part of that routine, so that it's not just big ups and downs. So there's continuity and there's support. He can devote his mind to, okay, what's the next thing, and then it's continual in relationship. So I'm that's a little bit like sketchy kind of thing, but the way I articulate that, by sketchy I mean it's kind of like, oh, here and there, it's solid, incredible, but it's just like it's kind of like dots instead of like a very clear line. But that's just part of it, because this is other than the point that I'm getting to. This is like part of leading up to it. Just that's one way. Some of the reason, and how to deal with that. Why men have that tendency of being of withdrawn and having a significant decrease of affection towards a woman after having sex with her, when there is not that commitment beforehand. Um, Additionally, particularly his mindset. His mind, it's a fusion. There's a cipher, and it's for life. It's done deal. It's for life for the rest of his life. And he can be when he's not familiar with a woman, when the man and woman are not attuned with each other properly, and so his world is merged with her world at that point, and a man tends to live in the clouds, tends to live outside. Uh, how I put this? To different degrees. Some people are way further out there than others, but I'll say, a man lives in his own mind, and has his own way of looking at the world. And for better or worse, whatever his experience of pain is in this life, he finds some kind of balance, or some kind of working balance. And all the presumptions, all the conclusions, and everything else like that, it's still a work in progress. But like he's things are he sees things in a certain way. He sees himself in a certain way amidst those things. And the further he gets entrenched in that mindset, that view of the world, I mean, that's his actuality. Um, and so again, he may not perceive himself even in a perfect way as he wants to be, and additionally, but that's part of the nature of life in the mind. Now, when he has sex with a woman, his way of looking at things, his view of the world, is now merged with her view of the world, and he sees the world in an increasing way as she sees the world. And if the two see the world in a different way, his world is shaken. Not only that, but he's now lessened all categorically. Like that energy that's depleted, his life force that's depleted, that's also his value in life, his vitality, his spryness, all that, like his sovereignty. It's lessened. His sovereignty is actually like fused with her. So now he's subordinate to her, serious, not just lightweight, serious. And so he's lessened in all these different ways. And he's lessened in terms of decreasing, he's lessened in terms of learning and further. And it's very difficult for the ego. And it's very easy for him to be resentful to her, because the world is now different. He can't see himself as he saw himself before. He's depleted in terms of energy, and he's increasingly subordinated to her, to her way of looking at the universe as well. And so, as a way of like trying to reinstate himself in what his world is before that, stiff arm. So, that's again part of the tendency, and again that's mental. That's his mindset and the whole experience of subordination. And so his ad hoc, knee jerk, look at all these euphemisms, his reaction to that subordination is the endeavor of separation. Now it's not happening; it's all an illusion. It's a done deal, and he learns it eventually. But um, anyways, that's part of the reason for the resentment, and uh, so that's that. All right, now I am going to into the further cringe zone. Like now we're getting for the deeper levels of the cringe zone, pornography. And I've talked about this through the years. Storage check. I've talked about this through the years. Right, Quince. Talked about this through the years. I've talked about this in detail. I've talked about this significantly. So, what is being shared here is a review of what I've already shared. And it's difficult things to share, um, but there's also purposefulness within this as well. So, and the where I'm guiding this is basically to experience today, my personal experience today, and what I continue to learn, and part of the pain is like going through elements of this still after already learning and improving in additionally, and so still obviously there's still something to process, still something to learn and improve. So um, this is part of the cost and consequence of continuation. So here it is. Again, this is the review. So I already mentioned, like just a day ago or so, having being introduced to pornography when I'm about 5 years old, and that's I mean we can get into the whole whose fault is that, and to just place all the blame and all that angst and like negative whatever on whoever may be responsible, my parents, society, teachers, leaders, myself, whatever, God. But that's not the point of this. The point is looking at cause and effect and where do things come from? What's the source? And the blame element, that's less the thing. It's a matter of just understanding the nature of that. And this, we're not getting into that part here at this moment. That's not the purpose of this joint at the moment. There, I do find solutions, and it goes all the way to God ultimately. And even then it becomes a matter of our understanding of God and where do we get our understanding of God and how do we cultivate that? How do we reconcile with that? And additionally, so that and we get into the whole thing about why is life? Why do we exist? What is the purpose of life? Why is there suffering? And those are the fundamental, universal, heavy questions. So that's where all of that goes to. And there are answers that I share, but at the same time, those answers are only as meaningful as the life itself that practices those answers. So that's where we are at this moment. Now, and again, we get back to the whole one question that I have yet to solve effectively in my practice, which is marriage. Um, and that kind of like might seem like undoing the whole thing because I got all the answers except for that. But that's what the religions teach. That's what the teachers teach. All the religions agree on the basics of life except for marriage. And even then, there's agreement, but it's still like we have to find that for ourselves. It's not just a clear cut. Here's what you do, problem solved. We each are in this temporal realm, the samsara, to find that within ourselves. And there is a guidance. Basically, the guidance is to be married as much as one can be, and to genuinely pursue that. And after being married and having children, raising children, teaching children what you've learned, what we've learned in this life, then continuing on and letting go and being one with God, and honoring our relationships, providing as much as we can for people to continue on in each of one's own respective path, the life that we connect with and the life that we bring forth, to encourage it in a healthy way. But anyways, that's the basic gist of it. But again, it's that, wait a minute, that one thing of melding, fusing our ego and our individualist separate experience with another separate experience, and then creating another separate experience that's still all connected. That's Anyway, so that's the challenge, and now that's where we continue on reconciling and sharing the notes in that process, in this process. So in the meanwhile, the history of pornography, my personal experience with pornography, introduced at 5 years old. That's obviously it's woeful. It's that's abuse, pedophilia, whatever. I mean, it's not the most severe of circumstances compared to particularly what was observed today as in terms of increasing like that. But all this is other than the point either. That's just when it begins, and it's very difficult for many years, over 30 years. Eventually, through my spiritual path, and additionally, I am able to stop watching pornography, stop masturbating, and additionally, and that continues through the past decade. But actually, what my purpose here for doing is, am I telling on myself? Purpose is actually to talk about what my methodology are when doing the pornography. To describe, like, all right, I'm just going to say it without trying to explain it and let it explain itself. So the delving into pornography first was just simply like just Playboy. Again, this is 40 some odd years ago, so there wasn't the internet. It wasn't very accessible in terms of like mainstream culture, and additionally, um, things weren't as hypersexualized. LGBTQ wasn't like just skewing and clouding up everything. Pedophilia was not as normalized and like up in people's faces as it is today. So it's a different story. So that was Playboy, just seeing the magazines, and then seeing the magazines, looking for the magazines, and once looking for the magazines, looking for the videos, and that was the thing, VHS videotapes. And so when once getting a video, though, that was like the treasures, that was like the gold. And then anyways, got further and further to, and it was like the unsatiate, and again, young 6, 7, 8, 9 years old. Um, all right, this is not a personal history thing. I'm just talking about the relationship with pornography. So the video continues. That was pretty much it for the next 30 years. Well, the internet happens, and the videotape thing declines. So then on the internet, come on, there's ebbs and flows of concentration right now. And when doing prayer and meditation, there's certain revelation, there's certain communication that is amazing. And then when getting back into this earthly realm, it's like this the the earthly realm ain't ready for this. This just seems stupid. Um, whatever. This seems obvious. Da 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 da. I forgot about this other element that is essential within this communication. But whatever. This is getting to a point. All right. So when I began my spiritual path, actually when I first began my spiritual path over 20 years ago, I stopped watching pornography. I stopped masturbating. I go clean because I start hearing and receiving the teachings that talk about integrity of a man's self, him disciplining his mind, him having respect for women. And we already know the abuses and everything that's involved with pornography. And sexual exploitation and further. So, let alone just like lying to women and running up on women. And I would consider myself a nice guy, and people would consider, well, I would consider myself a nice guy because I'm not lying to women. I'm not cheating. I'm not running game. I'm not playing games. When I am in a relationship with a woman during that period, I am devoted to that one specific woman. I'm not running game, whatever. I still have yet to learn how to support a woman, treat a woman, not even treat a woman, support a woman. Um, so way distant from like what should be at that time. Um, but thinking I'm a nice guy because at least I'm not hurting. I'm not causing women to cry and lying and betraying and leaving, and well, I'm not lying and cheating, and I never lied, never cheated, never made false promises intentionally, at least. Um, so, anyways, thinking I'm nice just because I'm not causing that direct harm, but we know the harms that are caused even just indirectly, um, through pornography, and additionally contributing to the pain and suffering that the women and all the kinfolk are involved in that. So, anyways, all right. So, when I began my spiritual path, I stopped watching pornography because of what the teachings teach us, particularly the beginning and the basic understanding, the truthful understanding, without having yet to get into the whole detailed, small writing or fine print kind of escape clauses and everything about polygamy and having female servants and slaves and concubines and all those different rationales, which are still the guidance. But at that point, it's just like plain and simple: treat a woman with respect, have patience until you find a woman, and there it is. So when I receive that, I have that neophyte fervor. I'm like, okay, this is what it is. And for over a year, no pornography, no masturbation, sobriety. Mind is strong. I had a discipline. I found myself. Um, it's not supposed to be all this. It's very difficult initially and continually, but at the same time, feeling further, um, not proud, but further peaceful and further encouraged and inspired, um, and valuing myself because I'm able to practice this discipline. And I'm thinking, oh, whoa, this is decent. It wasn't easy either. I'm young in my 20s, um, dealing with hell at that moment. But I'm seeing the efficacy. I'm seeing like, okay, I can do this. I never thought I would be able to do this. Never, ever, ever thought I would be able to do that. To let go of pornography and masturbation, all that. I thought it was like a need, like to be honest, like urinating. Like this is building. It has to get out. It's gonna happen. So the fact that I'm able to do that for over a year, that was just whoa. Um, and then after like a year and a half or so, then that was the first occasion that I had a night emission, and that was devastating because it was just like, wait a minute, I'm practicing all this discipline, and like it's difficult, it's not easy, and it's like, and I'm experiencing the spiritual benefits of it, of strength and calmness and mindfulness, and feeling healthier, and all of a sudden it's depleted, and it's like, and I didn't even do anything per se that I know of. I wasn't lusting after women. I wasn't even, I was like living in a cave. I wasn't even interacting with women. I wasn't watching much of anything on terms of news or anything else like that. So like I'm not like secretly lusting after women or whatever else during that period. It's just like it happens. So that was devastating. I'm like, whoa, this is gonna happen anyways. Like this just, it was very deflating to those sales of like the progress and uh, the discipline that I cultivated, that I build during that year. So then after that, revert, go back to occasion. First, it's just like, well, it's gonna happen anyways. It's gonna happen. So it's not even up to me. It's not even my control. So might as well direct it in a certain way, because again, when a man cultivates that type of energy, it's very powerful in terms of the mindfulness, but at the same time, the 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 the, the further, the smaller, uh, provocations, not provocations, like it doesn't take much to excite him, like just a small, a very slight or subtle suggestion, uh, it's like his mind, as powerful as it is just gone off track. And when his mind is powerful, just going off track that easily has considerable um, implications, consequences, and things like that. So, anyways, then just got back onto that kind of onto that type of behavior, pornography and masturbation. So that was 20 years ago, um, and that continues for another 10 years, another decade, and in that 10 years, it's like a rather it's a disciplined form of not even indulgence, self-destruction. That's what actually it is. We can call self affliction, self abuse, but it's self destruction. And I guess maybe that's the way to describe it. If like the perception is, and still reconciling with this, to be honest, but the perception is, if we look at the depletion of a man's seed, his life force, as a form of destruction, and the destruction of his physical self, even mind, spirit, and heart self. When we look at the implications of that emission of life, then if he's not controlling that, if he doesn't control when that happens, and if he's experiencing these distractions, and additionally, then there's the consideration of being further proactive in how that self-destruction occurs, so that in the meanwhile he can devote his mindfulness and additionally in a further productive way. Does that make enough sense as I say it? So okay, if he's being celibate, and he's stacking his seed, and additionally as is healthy, but in that process, it's easy for him to be distracted, and additionally, and if he has to interact with people, and in the interaction, there's significant distraction, and that's affecting his mind, and additionally, and then eventually there's the night emission anyway, at least as much as he can experience and can anticipate. In that aggregate process, what he recognizes as his vocation, what he's supposed to be doing, it might be lessened, it might be deterred somewhat because of his distraction, for the sake of his integrity of body and further. And then when there is that violation of the body anyways, this convoluted rationalization, and this whole thing can be recognized as that as well, but it's genuine searching and striving for answers, and I'm actually simply articulating, actually maybe I'm not simply, maybe I'm just continuing to just rationalize the rationalizations, but in the meanwhile I'm sharing notes, and just, we thought this was going to be simple. We just finished our prayer meditation. We're into 14 now. 14. All right, I'm just gonna try to communicate this, articulate this. After that first relapse, 20 years ago, after a year of being celibate and disciplined, I'm still on my spiritual path, and so I can't just watch the pornography like I did before that, because first of all, well, there were some adjustments that I do. So one of the first adjustments is that I would proactively look for international pornography, so for women from around the world, because that's who I am. That's what I am, world. And so basically a lot of the pornography, at least during that time, 20 years ago, before that, was basically just either people of European ancestry or people of African ancestry. So what I recognize is that in that mind meld, even when it's just through the illusion and delusions of pornography and masturbation, there's still a melding, and it influences one's interaction and relationship and with others in the actual life. And so when it's just a black-white binary, that's very apartheid in terms of how people interact with others, other cultures and other ethnicities, even just presuming or discounting the existence of other cultures and ethnicities. So that might sound very severe for just as a consequence of pornography, but it has a significant influence. So not only that, but just like the recognition of affinities for the phenotypes, the appearances, the natural beauty within different types of women. This might sound, it is objectifying, but it might sound crass objectifying. But anyways, rather than just looking at black and white, it was a matter of continuing because I already had my relationships with women before that, are with women from different ethnicities. So, and that's part of what guides me even 20 years ago. So the black white was, it's not even just a matter of like what my tastes are. It's not a matter of like flavors of ice cream. It's a matter of like if I'm not having these relationships, or if I'm not having relationships with these women in this life at this moment, um, in delving into these delusions, even the delusions have to be multicultural. So because the delusions affect the actuality. And so, whatever delusions that I'm self destructing myself within at that time have to be as balanced as possible. I guess that's the way of describing it. So, I've started to be further proactive in finding delusions that are further um, multicultural. That was one thing. Then eventually, stop watching hardcore pornography because I'm like, yo, I don't enjoy watching a dude, and I'm like, that's actually homosexual. That's gay. And to attach for a man to watch another man having sex, and for that man to have some type of stimulation by and the man is supposed to be watching the woman, but still, like, wait a minute, there's that other dude right there. So it's like it has an effect on the man's mind, and so when I become, again, the spiritual path is a matter of being mindful about the actuality and truth, and I'm looking at that, I'm like, nah, that's nasty, nah. So that the hardcore pornography is out at that point. Um, and all of this takes a while because this is something that I've done for over 30 years. So even when seeing something like, yo, that's no, it's like, okay, it takes some time to kind of like properly. Sometimes it takes a lot of time to let it go altogether. Sometimes it happens very quickly, like not ever again. But anyways, some of this stuff is some matter of like I watched this for this whole time, but nah, I can't do it now. So that's that. Then multicultural pornography to then just the no hardcore pornography. Then it going into like amateur because again in this delusion has to be as authentic as possible. I'm not trying to like expend myself for artificial, superficial, fake, regardless of how attractive the woman is. And additionally, it's just like this delusion has to be as authentic as possible. And so it went from multiculturalism to no hardcore multiculturalism to amateur no hardcore multiculturalism. Because in the amateur experience of pornography, there is a further amount of authenticity, and so that was the repertoire. So then it went from amateur to webcam. Now, before I talk about the webcam experience, because that was like the lowest, the lowest, the lowest. But before I do that, I articulate the methodology. So again, in the multiculturalism, it takes a significant amount of effort to find a balance of so exploitational, objectifying, talking about women in relationship, but it's objectifying and exploitational to men too. So it's in both directions. But part of it's very difficult at that time, 20 years ago, to find like the things, the the things to find delusions that are satisfactory from many different cultural. And again, even in doing that, when finding websites, it's so racist and it's so dehumanizing. It's just talking about a woman in just terms of look at these da 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 da, and it's very subordinating. It's very devaluing, and it's supposed to appeal. You can see like who these things are marketed for, and referring to the women in just terms of like beasts, essentially, and particularly when being of a different ethnicity, and it's just like, there's so much disrespect in this delusion, and there's so much hate and pain and anger in these delusions, and so, anyway, still, there's the physical primordial urge, and so it takes a lot of work to find um, uh, delusions of the imagery, video, whatever it is. So it wasn't just a matter of jumping on something and then there it is. It takes a significant amount of work to find multiculturalism, amateur, um, authenticity kind of experience with as much respect and like mutuality and conversation and whatever else as possible in that process. Um, so uh, after doing all of that, um, it could be days, weeks, just in accumulating um, files. That's what it is, files um, of delusion. Then, hmm, and it would have also involve of money, paying for pornography, and that is, I mean, don't care about money too much, but that is an element of it as well. Uh, so then, and I would through the years in that process of accumulating the files of delusion, I would make an initial effort of categorizing and being orderly and everything else like that, because when one puts forth that amount of effort, it's like, okay, let do this so this doesn't have to be done again. And so it would be an extensive collection of delusional files. And then after expending myself in the delusion and to a point, again, I'm just going to be TMI on this joint, I guess, with things to do. In that process, it wasn't, it was actually, I'll just say it was painful because it would be like days of expenditure because it's a matter of being balanced amidst all the different women that are involved or that are involved in that delusion. So it's a matter of being diplomatically invested within each of the different women that are involved. It's difficult to think of another way of describing that better. So that's going to be what it is at this moment. And also, just one other thing in that respect. There's two ways of perceiving this, because there's a consideration of a man. Uh, there's like a binary about how a man looks at pornography or the women of pornography, because on one sense, like if a man is viewing a certain type of woman in that context, in that delusion, it could be perceived that, okay, this is the type of woman that he has an interest in actual life, and so that's evidence of what he likes, quote unquote, or whatever else. And so if a man only looks at certain types of pornography, then people will say, oh, that's what he truly likes. Whatever he says in public, whatever, is one thing, but we can see what he does behind closed doors. And so that's what he truly likes. And so that can be utilized to discern a man's actual allegiance to communities, politics, economics, military, whatever, and what a man's expected allegiance may be in going forth. So that's one thing when his record is found. The other thing, the other way of looking at it, the mind area of understanding it, is that that's exactly who he's disrespecting. Like he invests himself in a proactive, healthy way towards a certain type of woman, a certain type of community, and additionally, and he looks at this other community as just like inferior, and he looks at the women as inferior, and just takes his aggressions and notions of superiority out on this type of women's or this type of woman. So it's like almost, not necessarily the exact opposite, but it's like a very different way of perceiving or processing whoever the white man is involving himself in those delusions. So recognizing that during that time, again, my genuine interest is in within women of all of the world, in all types, and so that's how I would invest myself in those delusion in that delusion. Um, so, and it would be a course of many days, and after that, then there would be the depletion, and in the depletion, there's the resentment. There's the this is terrible, um, and either immediately or maybe a few weeks later or maybe a month later, the weight of those delusional files becomes significant. The guilt that's experienced, the resentment, all of that is just like, nah, delete all that work and everything else like that for days and weeks and even months. Um, Deleted. And saying, not sometimes saying I'll never do this again, not kind of sort of, but just like not trying to think about it, and just saying, well, let's just keep distance, and then maybe a few months later, um, then repetition. The durations that I described might vary somewhat, but that's the general scenario. Now, again, the yearning, the striving, the guidance is for healthy relationship in this actual realm. Committed marriage, mutual respect, mutual support, day in, day out, conversation, interaction, intimacy, frustrations, patience, understanding, communication, and further. New life, teaching new life, going through the trials and tribulations of parentage, parenthood, and further. So that's the guidance. Um, but there's one other cringe thing. I didn't say the lowest of the in the experience from the pornography. So maybe about 10 years or 15 years ago. What am I saying? About 15 years ago, whatever. From in my knowledge, my experience, webcams become further prevalent, and sex webcams, and so um, that was my lowest experience. It didn't involve myself too much in that experience, however, in terms of viewing it, because it is also comparatively expensive in terms of patronizing it. But what I do recall is a few occasions of being on the webcam and finding a woman that is physically attractive, then being there, and then her responding and interacting, but she's responding, interacting with a number of different dudes at the same time. And that was the first occasion of like feeling like in this cyber orgy of just one woman, all these dudes, and that's like, again, like other dudes. That's nasty. Don't see the other dudes, don't hear the other dudes, but like she's talking to them. Now, on one hand, um, like there's that when a man hasn't had sex with a woman for a long time and hasn't had that intimacy and the ego boost from that intimacy, and additionally, when she speaks my name before, again, this is 15 years ago, it's like, whoa, I remember that. And so that's a strong emotive kind of experience, mental experience. Um, but at the same time, she's talking to other dudes at the same time, and it's like that was the lowest in that experience of pornography. So I stopped watching the webcams because of that. But when it's very difficult to like put that out of a man's head, like to not pretend like that type of situation. It reminds me of those kind of like the crass term, the gang bang kind of pornography type stuff. But and like again, that's just like, it's nasty. So when in that experience of the webcam, that's what it felt like as a man being there involved, and it's just like, no, and it's just like and it's difficult to hide. I mean, it's just seeing her and whatever else, but it's difficult to just pretend to get to further delve oneself into that delusion. So stop doing that. But then once doing that, it's like recognizing that even if it's not the webcam, it's not a live experience, watching a recording, like it's still the same situation. Like a man looking at a woman, and expending himself and delving in merging himself with her, and she's doing that with thousands or even millions of other dudes. So it may not be at that direct, immediate. Actually, it most likely is. So even though it's recorded, and it might seem that delusion seems like there's intimacy just between the man and the woman by themselves. Um, First of all, she's not there. She's somewhere else on this earth when he's looking at her. She's somewhere else. That's a recording, um, and that's a recording that she does not to him, but just to the camera, to whoever's behind the camera, to whoever she's thinking about, to whoever she's wanting and desiring at that moment. So it's not to him. So that's part of the nature of delusion, and um, sobering him up, us up, a man up from that delusion. So that's something. She's not there. She's thinking about somebody else. She's talking to somebody else. In doing that recording, she might, when he's looking at the recording, she might likely be with another man at that moment. When he's looking at a recording of her, she's with another dude at that moment. So that's the nature of the cipher at that point. It's like a time thing at this point. It's not just like immediate kind of um, orgy. It's like a time fractured orgy. And then there's a further one. Oh, and then like within the webcam situation, at the same moment that he's looking at a recording of her, it is very likely, depending upon the nature of the media or whatever, that other dudes are looking at the same recording. And so the man who's looking at her, the recording of her, is fusing himself with her, is fusing himself with every man that she's ever been with before that, is fusing himself with the man that she's yearning for and that she's valuing and prioritizing above him, because she doesn't even know that dude who's looking at her. And he's fusing her with whatever dude she's with at that moment. When he's looking at the recording of her, she's with another dude at that moment. Not necessarily in an intimate way, but somehow, because she's with another dude, because there's a dude in her life. And he's fusing himself with the dudes, all the dudes that are around when she does the recording, that she's talking with, that she sees that day and further. And he's fusing himself with all the other dudes who are looking at her too, and fusing themselves with her as well. So in that fusion, there may be certain egalitarianism, but it's subordinating each oneself to her perspective, her opinion, her beliefs, her religion, and who she is bowing down to. And additionally, so a man submits himself in the intimacy, and he submits himself to everyone she submits herself to. And that's one of the reasons why a man becomes frustrated and resentful. It's the guilt of just like wasting himself, wasting all the things that people invest within him to do in this life, his parents, his family, friends, and additionally teachers, everything they invest to be for him to be who he is, and then him wasting that or expending that and having little to show for that. So there's guilt for that. There's guilt of how he treats her, and being irresponsible and supporting her and further. And then there's resentment, because now he's submitting himself to her, and being connected with her, and so that's resentful right there, particularly when they're very different from each other and she doesn't even know who he is. And then even further, he's submitting himself to everyone that she is submitting herself to. And that's regardless of whether they believe the exact same thing. He's submitting himself to that other dude. And nasty business. That's just like, that's burdens upon burdens. So again, the man distances himself, forget it, blah, 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 and then it starts that retroactive kind of dismissal and devaluation. Oh, that's just any such and such, anyways. But again, that's himself. That's his delusion, and that's his own angst and self affliction. So the self affliction after self destruction. How about that? So, all right. Wow. An hour of that. So that's, I describe my personal history, my personal behavior, my personal experience. Also recognizing that millions, millions, millions have the same experience. Millions and millions and millions are deep in that experience at this moment. And millions and millions and millions are pretending not to be. So that's part of the purpose for me sharing this, so that the millions and millions and millions who are kingpins and organizers in these delusions have some better understanding and better inclination for manifesting solutions, healthy solutions, sustainable, enduring, progenerative solutions, traditional, natural solutions. So, all right, what do we got? There's still some additional joints with this notes where we are nearing Trece, I think. We're just at that border. All right. So, was this all the past? Is this all like completed now? It's ongoing. Don't watch pornography. And just because something might not be pornography doesn't mean that it's not exploitational. Um, so now, for the past decade, don't watch any pornography. Don't watch much of any media. Don't watch. Um, Actually, interesting. Okay. In the past decade, don't watch anything that I recognize as being directly, very blatantly sexually exploitational towards women or of women. No pornography, no swimsuit stuff, none of that. What I actually watch is actually things that are probably can be recognized as sexually exploitational of men, and by that I mean this. It's like, well, all right, it's watching women doing vlogs, um, and it's where men. It's not specifically sexual. I think a lot of times it is, but I wasn't watching it for that purpose. I was celibate, um, legit celibate for the better part of a decade. This past decade. So when I was watching, I was actually one. I'm looking for a wife, and so that's genuine, and it's difficult to interact with women who have the similar mindset or like a proximate mindset. Internet is there's lots of people finding people on the internet. So that was one thing, and in doing it in a genuine way, getting to know someone, getting to know a woman as much as possible who has a similar inclination. So one of the things I would do is just go on YouTube and do a search for women who are multicultural, women who are mixed heritage, and additionally, um, and then I come from an experience in YouTube, and additionally from the line of like it being a community kind of thing and reaching out. This is both for the whole culture of DMs and everything else like that. So it was like when somebody's doing something substantive, then reaching out to somebody else who's doing that, and then say, okay, yeah, let's connect, let's have a call, let's do something like that. I do that for over 15 years ago or thereabouts. So um, that's what my intentions are about 5 years ago, 10 years ago actually, thereabouts. But what I find myself doing is even just trying to find, and that was one thing, looking for a wife. But the other thing is also just like to connect with other communities and find out who else is on this in this world is on this mindset of kumbaya. And additionally, because a lot of people are on it for a brief period and then just kind of revert to the separatism and to the apartheid. So I'm looking for communities and kinfolk leaders, people who are vocal about being in this walk of reconciliation. So I go on YouTube because that's my familiarity. I'm not very savvy in terms of internet, whatever, even less today, but back in 10, 15 years ago. So um, I do searches on YouTube and searching for mixed women, and also multicultural kinfolk of any ethnicity, just to find out who's talking about something of substance, not just superficial type stuff, but who's talking about substance. So what I find myself doing is finding young women who would do vlogs, and so obviously there are all different types of blogs and vlogs, and lots of it has less applicability or relevance for myself immediately and directly. So, but I would find a few that where a woman, she might be a student at university, she's talking about life, she's talking about what she wants to do, this and the other. So, okay. So it felt like being like on a date, um, because that's what it is when a man and woman are having a conversation. And there's the intimacy. She's telling about herself and sharing things, and sharing very personal things, and recording in her bedroom or recording in her living room or her family house or whatever else. And so, like, this is her life. And so this is something that a woman introduces to a man when they're seriously dating with each other. So that's the vibe. And again, it takes a while for me to like get sober and awaken like what the influence is, because it's like not necessarily intentional, directly manipulative, and I'm not. There's a whole lot of things going on, but that was the experience. And then what I find out eventually is this: like, after doing that for a number of years, I see, wait, the women here. First of all, it's women are doing a lot of talking, and there's not anything back. Like, it was trying to shit. Where before 10, 15 years ago, it would be like, oh, I catch somebody that said something interesting, send a message, and then like get a response, and then have a direct conversation, and continue on. In the past 10 years, it's like sending a message out, and then it's just like nothing, and it's like, wait a minute, okay, this is like their business. It's like this is their shtick. It's not some kind of like endeavor of life or whatever. Like this is like the hustle. And it's like, okay, maybe it's just a matter of like going through the dues, and eventually like seeing things or whatever else like that. But it becomes very much evident of one-sided kind of communication. And but at the same point, it's like, oh wait, I already know, like there's a sense of connection and involvement or whatever else. So it's difficult to just say, nah, that's it. So what I liken it to is like watching a woman, I'll say, doing a tea party, and like she says all the rules, she does all the talking, everything is her. It's her house. It's her tea party, and just feeling like a teddy bear, and just doing whatever the woman wants to do. I'm saying girl, woman, girl, woman, girl, woman, because it's a girl that usually has the tea party. Usually, women don't have tea parties. And I've never been. I can't remember ever going to a tea party. I've seen it on TV and videos or whatever. But it's something that's very nice for a girl to have and be self-indulgent, and additionally, to a certain extent. But for a woman to be doing that, and for the woman to be doing that, and her audience essentially being the teddy bears, that's manipulative, that's imbalanced, and that's exploitational towards the audience. Now, it's also exploitational to the women because it's a framework. Either a dude or a company or whatever that puts a woman out there, or that pays a woman to do that. So there's exploitation on different sides, but it's particularly exploitational towards the audience, particularly towards young men. And it's not even geared towards young men. I mean, old men, or young men. It's geared towards youngsters, boys, teenagers, adolescents, who have the sneak peek of what it's like to be with a 18-year-old woman, a 20-year-old woman in her dorm room, to know what she's going through, and additionally, and in the meanwhile, buying what she's selling, and additionally, so that's game, and it's exploitational, and it's like reverse pornography, because it's exploiting the audience, not just the child, but it's exploiting the audience, in the similar way that the audience exploits a woman in the pornography. So it's emotional exploitation and mental exploitation also. anyways, that's what I experienced in that when not watching pornography. I wasn't watching for the purpose of having sex. I did eventually recognize, like, wait, hold up, this woman is very attractive. She's occasionally doing like get ready with me things or whatever. And this is many women that I watched over the years. That sounds cringe, but anyways, that's the normalcy of internet culture. Um, so, and it's not healthy. So that's why it sounds cringe. Occasionally, even I'm not masturbating. I'm not relieving myself. I'm not having sex in any way during these times of watching the women. And again, because of that, I'm increasingly um, heightened in terms of sensitivity, but still not relieving myself in that respect. Not even thinking about or striving not to think about that, but at the same time, eventually recognizing I'm being influenced by the physical attractiveness of the woman, and then becoming increasingly mindful and like alert towards the certain episodes or whatever of. I mean, it's somewhat obvious, but either like a yoga episode or a try on thing or whatever. Usually, I wouldn't watch those types of things, but the fact that a number of women have that when went on the vlog kind of thing, again, that's sexual exploitation is involved with that. So, anyways, that was going on for a while. So, stop watching vlogs, particularly for the reason because there was no particularly no mutuality. Is that it? Just didn't have a voice, didn't care about the sexual exploitation, just didn't like, just resented not being heard. Everything is everything. So, uh, we are at 13 most likely, if not 12. 13. Okay. Um. So stop watching the vlog, and additionally, uh, I'm gonna say where things are at this moment, just to be candid and to help forward this joint at the moment. But there are some additional things to say. So what I'm gonna say at this moment is that what I find myself doing is, with still having found a proper wife in this life, in in here, living here in the house where I reside. Um, what I find, or where I find myself at this moment, is viewing traditional dance, women around the world who do traditional dancing. That's where I find myself watching, viewing, interacting with women who do traditional dancing, and expending myself just recently in that experience, and striving to find a healthier solution um, amidst the conditions. So, after everything that I've just said, everything that I've said about pornography applies to um, any type of interaction, whether is there any nudity, bathing suits, or fully clothed. It's. I mean, there may be like lessened or less severe versions of it, but it's still unhealthy. And the whole cipher, nature of the cipher continues to exist. It might be healthier than pornography, but it's still self-destruction. It is. So, um, any of that admonishment or ridicule or whatever that I may have described towards the experience of pornography, it's applicable to what I describe with world dance. However, that's where I found myself, and so now I can share explanation, some rationalization, and um, whatever else. But before I do that, what I will share is how it gets to that point. So, right. Okay. So I'm thoroughly celibate for 7 6 7 years until about 2 years ago. Um, and at that time, it's actually 2.5 years ago. 2.5 years ago, I prepared to leave the country because circumstances are such that's where it is. When I endeavor to leave the country, I am obstructed. I'm not allowed to leave because of wouldn't accept the identification that I was traveling on. And essentially, what happens, happened was what I do is resign myself to basically securing a false document, which is an official U.S. passport. Now that might sound like all political conjuring, whatever else, but the thing is this: I go to the embassies of my ancestral lands, two of my ancestral lands, Ghana and Denmark. I could have gone to further, but like how many? I'm from many different lands. These are the places that have the most earthly contact. I have family that live in Denmark at this moment. Ghana is one of the most public West African nations receiving people of African ancestry. So I go to Denmark and I go to Ghana and I say, yo, I want home. I want to go. Help me. Denmark says through the gate, because it wouldn't let me into the embassy, it says through the gate, come over, we'll talk about it. The refugee option, just get here. We don't care how you get here. It can be legal, it can be illegal. Literally, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is on the website. It's the official communication. However, because they're talking to refugees who are going through nasty shit. So they say, however you get here, it doesn't even have to be legal. Whether you get here on forged illegal documents or whatever else, we'll work it out when you get here. We'll look at your case and we'll process. So it doesn't matter how you get here. We're not going to talk to you outside of Denmark. We're not going to talk to you about anything outside of Denmark, wherever you are, U.S., whatever, France. We're not going to talk to you any place. We're only going to talk to you once you're in Denmark, because that lets us know that you're serious. And then we don't care how you get here. If you got through the Danish border, even illegally, okay, well we'll talk about that. But just get here and then we'll talk about it. So that's what Denmark says. So, okay, now at the same time, also Denmark says, wow, I'm getting all into this. All right, it's relevant. So Denmark also says, yo, don't have to be vaccinated, because I'm not vaccinated. And that was a huge thing, particularly 2.5 years ago. I don't even know what it is today, because it seems like, I don't know if it's a given. I don't know if it's like some hidden subterfuge of civil war in the world at the moment. But at that point, the whole messaging of anything that was technology was just, it was like 9/11, like either with us or against us. It was like COVID, either you're vaccinated or you're not vaccinated. So I wasn't vaccinated. Denmark allows people to go to Denmark during that period who are not vaccinated. That's one side. When I go to Ghana, Ghana lets me in the door. Ghana lets me through the gate, sits me down. I wait. I talk with an official. The official's like, yo, we can't do much for you. One, Ghana was not allowing people in the country who were not vaccinated. Now it's interesting because around Africa, like the whole thing of Africa, first it was not tripping off of COVID. Kinfolk were traveling through Africa, not vaccinated, this and the other, talking about how much food there is, and miss everybody running around scrapping over toilet paper, and videos. Kinfolk are sharing videos from Ghana, Ethiopia, and just like, yo, there's plenty of food over here. Ain't nobody tripping over here. However, at least for Ghana, who is further public and proactive, is also in the machinery of the world system, and so not in full control of its own borders, particularly because those borders are significantly influenced by the world military system, as well as the world transportation infrastructure, airplanes, and additionally. And so having that kind of connection and the benefits, the economic benefits and trade that comes with those connections, then there's the rules and protocols with those connections as well. And just the very, this is a whole lot of side note, but the there's a legitimate concern that the world infrastructure has, because if Ghana allows anybody to come through, or any country who has that type of connection to come through, particularly with the planes, that means that that person can connect on a flight and go someplace else that's less connected. So, or that that's less that's further stringent. So that's why there's a kind of a collective kind of front when it comes to those main industrialized kind of nations and infrastructure. So the reason why Denmark is able to do that is because Denmark has standing and further influence and leverage amidst those constructs. So that shows it's not just an ethnic thing. It's a natural thing, and it's a world civilization kind of thing. So, anyways, ironically, even though the vast amount of Ghanaian culture, kinfolk don't care about COVID or vaccination or whatever, the government has to abide by the standards of the world, and has less say in those standards. And so at that moment, it was illegal. Ghana was not allowing anybody who was not Ghanaian citizen to enter the country without vaccination. So that nixed it right there. So Ghana was like, "Yo, get you be here. You welcome home. We do this. We just had the year of the return, and we'll work on setting things up. There's communities building, and additionally, but you can't get here right now because not vaccinated." So it was kind of like the inverse of what Denmark was saying. Denmark was like, "Oh, you can be a refugee, and we'll look at the case, but you have to get here first, and we don't care how you get here." Ghana's like, "Yo, we'll work with you once you get here, but you can't get here." So um, one intrinsic thought was getting to Denmark, because Denmark didn't care how I got there, and then if Denmark doesn't process me, send me to Ghana. That didn't happen. Anyways, point is that I was expending myself, so I secured an illegal passport that proclaimed U.S. citizenship. Now, the legal rationalization of that is that at that time, I'm a world citizen. So a world citizen is essentially, arguably, a citizen of every nation. Now, that's the feigned logic or whatever. At that point, again, it's all fabricated. So, anyways, when I did that, and the reason why all this is relevant to the relationship with pornography is because essentially what it was and what it is like, yo, in certain ways, breaking myself in order to leave this society, leave this country, and in breaking myself, and compromising the integrity of my politics by securing a forged passport as a way of as a pretense, or as a requisite to leave this country, because I could not leave the country without this. I could leave through clandestine ways, sneaking through the borders or whatever, and there are those viable methodologies of doing that. There's connections of doing that. But at the same time, I'm under surveillance. I'm not sneaking no place. It ain't happening. Whatever I do, multiple kinfolk know. So I ain't sneaking no place. It's not happening. I'm under thorough surveillance by multiple entities. So there's no sneaking no place. Everything that I do has to be, it's not necessarily by the books, but it has to be in the open. And it has to be like it's for public information, because it already is. So there was no sneaking. There was no like crossing the border, because if I could have, if the entities had agreed for me to leave the country without breaking myself, it wouldn't be necessary for me to sneak. How do I make that sense? How do I make that make sense? In that scenario of me sneaking across the country, the clandestine thing, first of all, it's walking, it's legitimate, it's creation, nobody owns anything. That being said, in that scenario, if that were to work, I would be found. Put it that way. People know. I'd be going wherever guys, and I would just be revealing the connections and hookups and everything else like that are ready for that type of cooperation. So that would be one thing. But then once amidst crossing the border or after crossing the border, I'd be found anyways. There ain't no hiding. Um, and then it would be then there would be legitimate or feigned legitimacy of lockup or other consequences. Oh, we caught him crossing the border, da 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 da, and then there would be an excuse or a reason to explain to the public about whatever is done to me after that. So that's that game. And if there would be no sneaking, because if I did sneak and I did get through, and then I continued on into society, they still know, and there may be permissibility. Like, okay, they're not gonna flex at that point. And so that is possible. It could even be plausible, and even like further than a 50% chance. But the thing is, if that was the scenario, if there would be permissibility for me to sneak and be around with entities knowing, then there would be that same permissibility for doing it this way. Now, one difference is that me doing it this way also changes the formal law. So that's another implication, rather than sneaking around or whatever. But at the end of the day, when there is a sufficient agreement for me to travel in a conventional way, then there's sufficient agreement to travel in any type of way. So it's no reason to travel in any type of way, clandestine or otherwise, because it requires the same amount of agreement on different sides. So that's feigned rationalization. But anyways, I made the compromise. I secured an illegal passport, and in doing that, I go against myself and the integrity of my foundation. Still maintain the same thing, but recognizing the formidability of the conditions at that moment, I did that. And in doing that, I also undermined the integrity of my discipline in additional respects, including my interaction with women and otherwise. So it's a mental thing, and so in doing that, I become increasingly susceptible to the temptations of women, and that's part of the intentionality too. And it's not no blaming on anything. I'm responsible for everything I do, but it's just recognizing that this is part of the I could say warfare, but it's part of the struggle. It's part of the hostilities and antagonism. So, anyways, wow, a lot of side note on that. We are at Dulce now, officially. So, point is, that's when I fall off the wagon in terms of my celibacy, and I stopped watching pornography because, again, pornography is just so blatantly painful. Like, the women in addition, so blatantly painful. Um, the amateur joints where the women are like self filming, and that may be less obvious, and it be there's a further feigned delusion of mutuality, but still it's like, anyway. So what I did, and what happened, wow, I guess this is relevant. This actually is relevant. This is very relevant. So what happens is that I had a phone, which I usually don't have. At that time, I got a phone, particularly with the anticipation of being, can I say that? I have to think about how I had a phone at that point. I think it was in preparation for being out of the country, or maybe near before that. But point is, I had access to the internet here in the domicile, and usually I don't. I don't have Wi-Fi. Don't have a phone usually, and so that's access to the temptation. And additionally, and it also requires discipline, significant discipline to not avail oneself to that. So it wasn't that much of a concern at the moment because I had established a strong practice of celibacy up to that point, strong discipline, not even thinking about it. In interacting with women, I would have conversations. I still had night emissions, to be honest, to that during that period. But I could tell when it was going to happen because of if I would have an interaction with a woman beforehand. And I'm walking streets. I'm walking the roads of creation, and all types of kinfolk interact with me, and I have an obligation of speaking with each one. That's who I am. That's what I'm known for. That's the service I provide. And even when a woman is very attractive and has an interest in me, even um, I have to be very mindful because she's also deserving of attention and she's deserving of attention and support and compassion just as much as anybody else. Does not sound, that might sound very pejorative or otherwise, but my point is, it's improper to be very accommodating and receptive to all different people, but then when a man is attracted to a woman, to say, "Oh no, get away," that's duplicitous, and that's actually harmful. So that's what I'm saying. But at the same time, when he does attend to a woman who he finds very attractive, that has consequences to him, and so that affects his mind. It's a distraction, and that's part of the cost. So that's what I experienced, and I could tell, like, yo, that what was in front of me at that point within those years. So when I had the phone here, um, less of a concern at the moment about discipline, because I had cultivated a fair amount of discipline. We always have to be mindful, because it's exactly when in that hubris of that ego and that pride or presumption, that arrogance, where we have that weakness and vulnerability. So, but that was the vehicle, and I would end up watching TikTok and YouTube. This is when I first got introduced to TikTok. Um, and I would just be like, again, I'm looking for people. I'm looking for people to connect with. Same thing with YouTube for years before that. Looking for a wife, some kind of conversation. Those conversations interesting. On TikTok it is and it isn't, because there's the live streams and everything else like that, where people can have meaningful conversations, even interactions. People meet each other and do things like that. But at the same time, the vast amount of content on TikTok is just very extremely concentrated nothingness and distraction. And so I started, Kim folks said, the doom scrolling, and I didn't know that was a thing, but that's what I got introduced to. And so at that point, I was in limbo. Literally, I was politically in limbo. I was waiting to receive the passport. So I'm buying. I gave away all the stuff in this apartment. I was at the airport, and then I got brought back the first time. So then, after being brought back, after my credentials were refused, waiting on the accepted credentials, I'm here in limbo for a couple of months. And as I'm doing that, my mindset was just like, I'm leaving the country. I'm preparing, perhaps never to see this society again, the American society again. That's my mindset. I've already said, like, peace, deuces, gave away my stuff, and so now I'm just biding my time. And so again, the idle hands, a devil's playground. So I have a phone and I have no furniture, so I'm laying down and watching TikTok videos, and then eventually I start seeing women dancing, like the dance trends, and the women look nice. So, and I don't watch that for years and years, because I'm working for a sober mind, but I'm like, well, it's just women dancing. So, and it's not naked, it's not even bathing suits, but it's very sexually charged, it's very sexually seductive, extremely, and particularly very attractive women doing very attractive, seductive dances. And women of all different types. It's very easy to find multiculturalism doing the same exact dance. But when I started seeing them, I'm like, no, come on, you know where that's going. That's not healthy. Then I saw one particular video, and in this video, and again, I'm scrolling, and then it just becomes, that's all that's shown. That's all that's shown. I don't have an established account, so I have less control about searches and finding things or whatever else. So now it's just, I gotta just hit a topic, and then just find things that might be of interest. So what ends up happening, and again, it's continually showing these things. I'm looking for a wife, still looking for having a conversation. Hit me up in Denmark, and in that, still getting introduced to these dance videos. And whenever I see it, I just keep on going. Just don't watch that. But they keep up showing. Don't show it. Don't show it. Don't show it. It keeps on showing. So ain't nobody. I have responsibility, but I'm explaining the sequence. um, So eventually, I see one particular video, and peace and blessings to all the kinfolk that are referenced in what I share here. But in this particular video, it's about a mother and daughter, and the mother and daughter, the mother and daughter, the daughter actually is the one who records the video, and the text, the subtitle that she shares is like, just basically, it was a very brief statement, but basically what she was saying is like, how describing how her Moor apparently was like very enthusiastic, and like soliciting her daughter to do a dance challenge with her, a popular dance challenge or whatever, and the daughter was refusing. Like, her daughter was maybe like in her early 20s. The Moor looked like maybe she's in her late 30s, maybe. She still looked young, and still doing her dance thing. So it was a daughter and mother, and so the daughter describes the mother's been at her for doing this dance challenge for the longest time, and so she's been refusing, and then eventually she gives in and she does the dance challenge with her mother. So what she shows is just a video of her on her phone pressing record, and then pressing the music for this particular dance challenge. And so she does that and then sets it on like the kitchen counter or whatever. And she knows like immediately, and her mother's right there fixing dinner or whatever else. And so the way she sets it up is that the mother looks at her like in surprise, like, wait a minute, that's that song. And her daughter starts doing the dance challenge by herself. And then the mother like puts down the food and like gets all excited and starts doing the dance challenge with her as well. So no, it's not just a matter of sexual seduction. It's like a touching, a moving, emotional kind of experience of mother and daughter, kind of bonding, and like they're able to do the seductive dance together. So from there, I'm like, oh, wait a minute, this isn't just like sexual exploitation. This is like a family thing, and yes and no, yes and no, and that's the like the angst of this, because there is legitimacy within dance. It is an ancient thing. It's an eternal thing. Seduction itself is purposeful between a man and a woman. Organized seduction of preparing children into young adults, righthood, and then guiding the boys and girls, young men and young girls, young men and young women into a relationship with each other in the community. Ceremonial dances, and additionally, cotillions, bar mitzvah, bat mitzvah, prom nights, and additionally, these are rites of passage that are supposed to at least guide youth, adolescents in this experience of puberty and after puberty, so that now being able to procreate, bring life into this universe. Now the community has these ceremonies and rituals of interaction between man and woman, that guide the man and woman into relationship and marriage, another rite of passage. So there's legitimacy within this. Now it gets exploited and cut down, just like coca leaves into to crack, in terms of the cultural experience, because then all those other elements of relationship and respect and culture and tradition and discipline and ethics and community is extracted just to get the essence of the sex and the physical prowess of women, and the exploitation, the financial exploitation of men. But it's actually part of something that's further legitimate. That sounds like rationalization. That might sound like pimp talk in and of itself, but that's the actuality. We can look at every community, every religious community, every traditional community, every cultural community, and there is a culture of dance. There is a communal, ancestral, ancient tradition of dance, music, and dance. So when I see that video, basically it kind of just like says, oh, I can watch women dance now. So that's what I started doing. I watch women dance. It's not naked. It's not pornography. It's not any explicit, illicit website. It's TikTok. Millions of people, hundreds of millions of people are on this website. So it has to be okay. It's mainstream. So it's very difficult to deny that. So then I begin to see a lot of videos of women dancing, and then I lose it. So I self-destruction. And again, I'm idle. I'm idle for the next couple of months at that point. I'm not doing anything while I'm waiting to leave the country. So I'm continuing as much as I can in my spiritual discipline and my prayers and meditation as much as I'm able at that moment. But other than that, I have a lot of time, and so I sit and I scroll. Self destruction. And it's easier to do because it's perceived as being less exploitation of the women because this is a mainstream thing. Um, Millions of people are on TikTok. It's not pornography. The women are doing it the women themselves. Now, that might be the case, and many women may be other than just like um, victims of pimps and other types of exploitation and predatoriness, but still, at least directly, specifically, but some are. But a lot of those things that were holding, helping me to avoid pornography were absent in terms of just watching the amateur women dancing on TikTok, YouTube, and additionally, and it becomes enveloping for that period. Once I'm able to leave the country, let it go. Whatever, I've got other priorities. I focus my mind on these other things that I got going on. But that opened up that broke the sobriety that I cultivate for the preceding 5, 6, 7 years. How many are we adding on here? It's about 7 years. Uh, Actually 6 years, thereabouts. So 2.5 years ago, something like that. Yeah. So since then, when I got to Denmark, didn't have much difficulty in that respect because I had a lot of things to concentrate on. Then, when I get forcefully deported from Denmark back here to the United States, to Ohio, um, still focusing on things and getting it back into path and discipline. And additionally, uh, then I had the occasion of getting a phone again. Trying to think. Okay. Still at Dose. All right. Um, I, I would have to think about like the specific sequencing here, but I am aware that um, there's probably about a year or so where actually it was 7 years. It had to be 7 years. I'm thinking COVID hit in 20 in the Gregorian calendar. Um, I'll just be candid. I began the path of celibacy, and I'm not committed to celibacy, but chastity particularly. Um, but that sobriety in 2015 in the Gregorian calendar. Um, I think that's 161:18, something somewhere around there. But it was actually the Parliament of the World's Religions. That's when I begin this path and stop pornography and further. Uh, and that was 9 years ago. Um, and then I prepare to go to, I do go to Denmark 2 years ago. So that's the math, generally speaking. So when I am returned from Denmark, when I'm deported, forcefully, illegally deported from Denmark back here 2 years ago, um, then I have to like figure out how things are going to progress from here. Um, at some point, I got a phone. I'm trying to remember what the reason is for having a phone amidst I mean, there's a lot of things in terms of getting resituated and communication, just pragmatics, and additionally, um, and anyway, so I got a phone. When having a phone, probably for a year or so, didn't have difficulty, but then um, I guess that's what it is. Oh, I know what it. All right, I'm trying to think of like what precipitates the relapses. So I'm also aware that in that first relapse, it was also that time frame was also around the period of between Christmas and the Lunar New Year, and so there's a lot of emotional, collective emotional um, yearning during that period. So I'm mindful of that. So that was that. Then I think the next year, around the same time, after being brought back from Denmark, from being deported back from Denmark, it was that same time of year, and I had a phone again. Um, and I think that was another relapse. Um, another relapse at this occasion, this past year as well. And it was during that period alone, and that's it. Then for the rest of the year, able to cultivate discipline, um, recognizing the intrinsic symbiotic nature of sentience, ain't blaming nothing on nobody else but myself, but striving to understand what the vulnerabilities are, what the reasons are that precipitate this behavior or these decisions, because knowing how formidable I am for a long time, um, why all at some point being susceptible, and what's the experience, what's the collective experience that precipitates this. I do know about the ebbs and flows of the seasons, the psychologies of this, the influences of this as well. Um, Again, like when people recognize, like with COVID, like people get that cabin fever, and so uh, I don't. I have less. I am without personal experience of this, but I just already know people talk about this as lightweight, and I'm out of the circles where people talk about stuff like this a lot. Anyways, but just know, like when women are cooped up and not having interaction with it, want attention, and if they know that the only way they can get attention is by calling some dude up for a booty call, boot there. So um, there are certain occasions during the year when people are increasingly susceptible to those type of conditions. Holidays is one of those holidays in a particular society, in the Christian or pseudo Christian society. Christmas is one of those occasions of the year. There are other things like getting ready for graduation, and that whole thing of never seeing people again, and feeling that yearning of establishing relationship and bond, and trying to like um, consummate yearnings that we're cultivating for over years or whatever. That's another zone of vulnerability and susceptibility. So there are different times during the year when women are further. Yo, springtime, come on, what's going on? Summertime, yo, what's going on? Autumn, yo, what's going on? Winter, yo, what's going on? Each of these have its energy and its proclivity. So the psychologies and the behavior accordingly. So I'm mindful of this, and consider what the influence is in terms of my own personal behavior amidst this mindfulness. So all that being said, there is a relapse recently. Um, okay. In these recent relapses, I receive additional amount of insight about how severe the challenges are in society at this moment. I see how pervasive pedophilia is, and how on the verge I myself and other kinfolk are enveloped in those atrocities of pedophilia. And by that I mean men are naturally and generally attracted to women who have a further sense of innocence. Men have less of an interest in a woman who's quote unquote used up. It's a very crass and derogatory concept, but that's the actuality. If a man is aware of a woman having previous experience with a man, that woman is less attractive to him. And when people live in a culture where women are known, even as attractive as a woman may be, and additionally, women are generally known for having, like, one, experience with lots of dudes, and two, because of that, and very often, less loyalty to a man. Less like yeah, she might be down for that day, but then she's gonna be bounced and be with somebody else after that. So that for a man, that's much less attractive. And so when that's like seen as the norm, when that's like the usual thing to expect, particularly from a woman once she reaches a certain age, whether that's 21 at university graduation, whether that's 18 at high school graduation, like, she's less attractive to men. She's less of a viable marriage partner, and it's not like an absolute condemnation or whatever. But that's just, again, it's the actuality, and it's also the awareness that men have. So all that being said, men have a general affinity for women who seem further innocent and um, and unexperienced, because that a man recognizes the woman being further that such a woman being further devoted and loyal to himself rather than any other man. He doesn't have to think about any other man she's been with or otherwise, and that she can just devote herself to him. And that's actuality. That's the nature of the relationship, of virginity and further. Uh, some men will say that they don't want a woman who's innocent and everything else because they're drunk and they're predators. They want just a woman who's easy, and so that's like late stage kind of predatoriness. Generally speaking, men want, and not for healthy men, categorically, men want women who are increasingly virginal, if not actual virgins. So, and actually, that's what it is. And that's evidence of myself. Healthy men want to be in a relationship and marriage with a virgin woman. Period. Point blank. Doesn't not make doesn't require doesn't necessarily have to be the absolute requirement or whatever, but that's what a healthy man wants. So, when a man and a healthy man recognizes that most of the virgins of society are of a certain age, and very few are older than a certain age, then men tend to want a woman of that um, age. And so, again, as I said before, recent days, that might be 15, 16 years old, because it's recognized that most women in society, mainstream society, are having sex after 15, 16 years old, and thus are less desirable. And that's actually healthy. It's not preferable, but it's healthier. Let me make that clear. It is healthy for a man to be in a relationship with a woman who is a virgin. It's healthy for a woman to be in a relationship with a man who is a virgin. When I'm saying relationship, marriage, haha. I'm testifying on myself. It's healthy for a man to be a virgin and be married with a woman who is a virgin. Plain and simple. It is understandable when a man is other than a virgin. It is understandable when a woman is other than a virgin. It is still permissible for a man who is other than a virgin to be married. And it is still permissible for a woman who is other than a virgin to be married. It's not a condemnation. It is beneficial to just simply recognize what is healthy. And when looking for marriage, when looking for a relationship, and in being understanding, it is still beneficial to have preferences and have evaluation for what is healthy in a partner. Man towards woman towards man. So, there is the permissibility of a man having multiple wives. I'd articulate the rationale and explanation of that in many ways before, but that does also factor into the terms of his virginal status in beginning a marriage with a virgin woman. So there's there is a certain duplicity. There's a certain distinction about the levels of valuation. That's there are reasons for that, but when a woman only has sex with one man, the children are very confident in who the father is. That confidence helps the children progress in life and listen and learn and be healthy in life. When there is some uncertainty, whether if when there's a perception or understanding of a woman having sex, a mother having sex with further than just one man, then there's certain uncertainty. There's further uncertainty. And in that uncertainty, there is further room of and further realm of doubts and insecurity, confusion, accusation, condemnation, ridicule from others, and further when a woman has a relationship with further than just one man. So that's one of the reasons why it's strictly restricted, strictly prohibited for a woman of having multiple husbands, because there's always a question about who the father is of any of the child that woman has, that wife has. Now on the other side, when a man has multiple wives and all the wives only are married to him, there is strong confidence about who the father is. It's the same father for all the children of all the women. So there's little doubt about that. And there's little doubt about the mothers, the children's mothers, because she carries each child. It's witnessed. People witness the birth and the raising of the child. So there's little doubt that she is the mother. And because she's faithful and she only has one husband and she's only been with that husband, there's strong confidence that that husband is the father of the child as well. So that's why there's permissibility of a father having multiple wives, because there's still confidence that the father is the father of the children. So that's the explanation of that. Now we can also talk about a father taking on further risks, the mother being the nurturer and the home provider, extending the protections and provisions of her womb as her house. And so if there's further importance of her being nurturing and gentle, and additionally, rather than getting hardened by the ways of the world as a way of providing food, shelter for the house, for the home, and for the children, that's the responsibility of the husband and the far to be hardened and be in the world and deal with the conditions so that the home can be softer and nurturing and gentler. So those are the different roles of the husband and wife, of the far and the more, in having healthy relationship, perfect balance in raising the child. So that's some of the rationale, that's some of the reason for that. So when a man is looking at a woman, and looking for a woman who is innocent, a woman who is gentle and nurturing, and he sees, like at a certain age, at high school, at definitely at university, where women are extremely attractive, but at the same time sterile, self-sterilizing, taking birth control so that they can't have children because they're sexually active with multiple men. Extremely attractive and sterile. That's danger for a man. That's seduction, temptress. That's sirens inviting the man into rocky waters, because all he's doing is expending his seed, self-destruction, without creating life, without having a relationship committed through life with her, because she's having sex with multiple men. without the prospect of having children. She gets advantages from that. She gets acceptance to university, scholarships, jobs, and additionally, she gets invited to clubs and parties and associations and alliances. So, but that's only for a brief window of her life. Um, for the point of the men that she brings around her, and the exploitation of the men around her. Um, so it's a game that has a window of a few years, and it's a process of self-destruction. So, and it's nasty because it's so pervasive, and that's what people are conditioned for. That's what like people are dream of that type of self-destruction. Um, mm, and people get egos, people get value, people, oh, they're doing this, they're doing that. They're all on the paths of self-destruction, and being valued and hierarchied about self-destruction. Um, so when a man is aware of that and seeing when that change kind of happens, or when a woman begins that path officially, properly, like, well, I'll say properly, but like effectively, it is rather young, because that's what how society is conditioning, how mainstream society is conditioning children and youth at a very young age to be sexually active, not as an official policy and protocol, but almost. And in order to be popular, in order to be accepted within the social circles of high school, even middle school, there is that expectation of having sex, parties, sleepovers, parents leaving the house for weekend trips and vacations, and there being that understanding like, okay, this is the time of the rite of passage to join this clique, to be part of the inside group, the crew, um, by having sex. So it's conditioned at a very young age. Anyways, so again, very simply, when what is the typical age when women lose virginity? You can say what the typical age is of when men lose virginity, but at this moment we're talking about this particular thing. What's the particular age, generally speaking, that a woman loses her virginity? Maybe 15, 16. So this is a long side note talking about observing the increased normalcy of pedophilia. Um, when I was on TikTok, just observing that, even through this day. Um, so it's beneficial actually to like properly define pedophilia, and recognizing that there's degrees of pedophilia, because technically the legal age of sex in the United States officially is 18 years old. So that's the age of citizenship, which right there is, that's a whole nother thing. But um, that's that's very old. Um, well, and it's very young, but and it's also very hypocritical, because the same society that makes that law and that expects that law and that enforces that law is also violating that law in hypersexualizing children and youth way before the age of 18. So it's very it's very not just hypocritical, but it's a violation of that law to initiate sexual interaction between and amongst and with children and youth. And I'm talking about, again, beauty pageants, um, modeling, uh, commercials, and all these different ways that girls and boys are sexually exploited, from literally newborn children when to look at commercials, and additionally, and when you recognize how babies are sexually exploited, and appealing to like $1 million pedophiles, and additionally, I'm getting a little bit off the topic here, or like further down the sidetrack, but um, just to recognize like, and then it all gets categorized like an 18-year-old boy who has, or let's say 18-year-old girl who has sex with a 17-year-old boy. technically is a pedophile according to the definition. Even though they've been to school, they're engaged, they've eloped or whatever else, but technically, according to the law, she's a pedophile because she's had sex with a boy who is underage. So she's a pedophile, sex offender. That she's in that category. Now, at the same time, a 50-year-old dude who has a ring of toddlers, 3-year-olds, and additionally, and has been selling them and paying off their parents and everything else for 20 years, and committing all types of atrocities, and additionally, and then killing the children afterwards, untold hundreds or thousands, pedophile, same category. So it's essentially equating those two things, and that's the challenge, and that's where pedophiles are hiding, is in that big thing. And that's, I can be accused of just rationalizing sex with 17-year-olds or whatever else, but it's not the same thing. So to better address or recognize where the line is drawn, it's not by any man just arbitrarily determining an age. Right there, that tells you right there, that's bullshit. And when a man makes anything up, that's bullshit. How about that right there? When a man makes anything up, bullshit. Particularly law, and expects others and calls out others to abide by that law. Bullshit right there. So saying that it's legal at age 18, bullshit. Drinking at age 21, bullshit. Oh, it's bullshit. Okay, then I'm not going to get any jokes here. So here's a way to draw the line, and that exists beyond man's authority. And it's very simple. It might be very difficult for people to recognize, but it's very simple. When a woman begins menstruating, that means she's ready for marriage. She's able to procreate. And in being able to procreate, she is ready for marriage. When she's ready for marriage, that means she's ready for sex. That provides that procreation physically. Now, she may be under the care of her parents, and her parents may say she's not ready mentally. We want her to be educated further. So there's legitimacy within that as well. And that's something to be negotiated. And that's something determined by culture. That's something determined by tradition. That's something determined by conventional contemporary norms within society. And additionally, so there's certain legitimacy within that. It can be excessive as well. Parents can try to hold on to her and deprive her and stifle her. And additionally, and so it's beneficial for there to be balances of that too. But the where the miracle happens is when she begins producing eggs. And the same thing with a man. When he begins producing sperm, he is ready for marriage. He is ready for procreation. He is ready for having sex. Now, he might not have the economic means to support a woman, and additionally, and so his parents may say to him, "Oh, you got to wait. You're not ready for all that." Or it may be that part of the culture is that he does still learn. He does still go on to apprenticeship, and additionally, but he is married, and his family provides the economic support, and that's the agreement between the families. So there's again, but the miracle, the line that is naturally drawn beyond any individual's authority is the menstruation of the woman and the producing of semen by the man. So that might happen at age 16, 17. That might happen at age 11 or 12. And that's why drawing an arbitrary line that applies to everybody is a fallacy. It obscures everything else. And everybody knows that, and everybody says, well, that's bullshit, and nobody pays attention to it. Like drinking alcohol or smoking tobacco. Oh, there's a specific age, but if you're in France, it's okay to have a glass of red wine. And then it blurs, it makes the law look illegitimate. Whatever. So that's, and then the predators eat it up. So that's why it's beneficial to sober up, look at what honesty is, and what the distinction is, and then make decisions accordingly, and then look at each other accordingly. Avoid the condemnations and whatever else, particularly the arbitrary, superficial, hypocritical condemnations. Um, and then, because that's a lot of wasted energy. And all right. So all that being said, that's I was just talking about pedophilia right there, and I was talking about in watching the in relapsing and watching the women dancing on TikTok, and additionally, I'm observing, and it might be an element of the algorithm. It might be just an element of what I look at in terms of attractive. Because if I'm seeing a woman who is like looking like she's experienced, that's less attractive. If I look at a woman who seems like she's comparatively young and fresh and vibrant, that's further attractive. And I'm saying that in proper, um, um, matured way. But there's just that natural proclivity towards that nubile young woman. But in that experience, when I'm watching the dance videos on TikTok, and additionally I'm also observing, wait a minute, these, like, the algorithm or whatever, my what I'm like paying further attention to, and like it's just becoming younger and younger, to the point I'm like seeing like 8-year-olds doing these dances, and I'm seeing 7-year-olds and even like 4 and 5-year-olds doing these dances. And it's like, whoa, nah, this isn't it. It's like, where's the line drawn here about what's permitted and what's not permitted to be shown? And I don't see how TikTok is doing that too tough, or any of the social media. And then I I said before, I saw another, one of the first things I ever saw on TikTok was the TikTok live, and it was of like 14-year-old girls, like say young women. They might be menstruating, but they still look very young. But they are dressed like they're very mature. They were dressed like 20-year-olds at the club, and they were at a club in Brazil, at like 12, 1 a.m. And again, this is my first experience on TikTok live type stuff. I don't even, I'm off social media as well. I stay off the internet significantly. So, but the first time I got introduced to that, I just like, it's enthralling. Like just to be like connected. That it's similar to the webcam experience that I described before, but in this respect, it's like, just again, my initial interaction is just like checking out what's going on, was me seeing. I was the Omegle or whatever else is called. Don't know anything about that stuff. So I just like say, oh, TikTok live. You mean instead of just like looking at recordings, I can like talk to people live. So then again, scrolling down a few points, and then here all of a sudden, I see 4 young women looking pretty, 14 years old, in like a nightclub, outside at night, summer. Was it summer? I guess it was, because it was winter where I am. So it was summer in Brazil, in the land of Guarani, dressed in like club gear, but like looking like 14, 15 years old. They already got aged up to 15 already. See that? But seriously, like 14, 15 years old. Um, and on one hand, I'm like, yo, at first I'm like, there's attractive women, but then I'm like, wait, hold up, how old are they? And and they weren't saying anything. They just had the camera, and they were all like, they look like that it wasn't their first time doing it, but at the same time they look a little bit like nervous, but at the same time like they're out there. And I know the culture in Brazil is different, and at the same time it's the same, but at the same time like next level type stuff. The samba, carnival, and additional carnival. Um, but they look. It wasn't the first time at the club necessarily. It didn't look like the first time. But at the same time, still a little bit of that nervousness, because I know I was nervous when I was 19 going to the club. So, but not saying anything. They all just sat there at the table. Now, I don't know if they had a handler. I didn't think about all that other type of stuff. But at that moment, I'm thinking, yo, attractive women dressed up. But then I'm like, how old are those girls? And then I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on here? So turn off. I don't even want to look at that. Then as I keep on swiping, I'm seeing like house parties. I'm seeing like teenage girls in their bedrooms having sleepovers and like just inviting anybody in there. Like I'm a middle-aged dude. I might be of whatever as nice as I can be in that type of situation, but I know there's other cat folk that have the same kind of access, that don't have the same kind of intentions or benevolence. And so I'm thinking, what's going on here? And at some point, I just have to stop and be like, nah, no more TikTok live, because whatever it's called. I don't mean no disrespect to TikTok, but particularly amidst the East-West kind of thing going on, I love and peace to everybody. But anyways, I started seeing how pervasive the pedophilia culture is, just within social media, and particularly when viewing content like women dancing, and additionally how quick the pedophilia culture content is shared. And it's not even, it doesn't even feel like being a setup, like, oh, they're trying to like set somebody up for a sting, because it just seems too quick, too obvious, too normal. It's like, I guess anybody could be set up at this point, because it just seems like just so available. Now, I'm not comparing those with kinfolk and whatever else, but it just seems like just too quick and too obvious. Like it's too normal for this to be just some kind of like trying to set up or whatever. And it just, anyway, all right. So um, what I eventually find is traditional dancing, because there is legitimacy within seduction. Yes, purposeful, intentional, committed, communal. And by that I mean the rituals I was describing before. Bar mitzvah, bat mitzvah. Technically, that's not. Well, it is a rite of passage. It's signifying a boy's entering into manhood, and his signaling his collectively recognized preparation for being a man and a husband and a father, even though he may have yet to experience puberty and producing semen. Um, and within that, particularly in the party, in addition to that, is connected with the bar mitzvah, depending upon what the culture of the family community is. There is dancing, and it is meeting the boys and girls, and additionally, so that's a rite of passage. There, cotillion, quinceañera, um, prom, and additionally, there's dancing. Now, obviously, not condoning a lot of things that happens in those things, but my point is that in every community, there is a rite of passage. There is dancing in that as well. And there is intentionality of seduction in that dancing to draw the men and women together, and then to guide the man and the woman together in ongoing relationships. So there's a purposefulness of the seduction. It's not just a matter of going to the club, hooking up, and that's it. It's a matter of, okay, here's the time where we have this every year. We have this harvest now, and the women do a dance, the men do a dance, the men do the drumming, the men do the music. And it is supposed to be like, oh, to spark interest and to cultivate interest, and then ongoing through the year and through the years to guide that interest into a mutually respectful and supportive and productive relationship, because the village, the community wants the husband and wife to get together, wants the husband and wife to have children, become far or more, and to raise the children in the culture as well and continue it. So it's purposeful. So there is the element of seduction. There is the element of like, yo, she look, oh, nice. And where she does put it out or put herself out in terms of showing some of herself and her sexuality, her prowess. And a man does show like how prosperous he is, and what he's got going on his side. Then there's the valuation and everything accordingly. So there's purposeful, there's legitimacy within that. When it's just a matter of that's it, that's when it's superficial and it's undone. It's unsustainable, and it just lends itself to further self-destruction. So self-destruction is self-destruction. So when a woman is showing her sexual prowess and she's menstruating, she's in the process of self-destruction involuntarily. The man is producing semen, and he's in a process of self-destruction every time he lets go of that semen. So both the man and the woman are in an involuntary process of self-destruction. the consideration and the guidance is that in that process of self-destruction, that mutual, that separate, isolated experience of, it's not mutual, but a separated experience of self-destruction, to be able to connect with each other in that process, in those respective processes, to join together and be regenerative, to bring new life in. The self-destruction is going to keep on happening, and both entities, both beings, are going to be gone from this life at some point in that process of self-destruction. It's not self-destruction, but it's just self continuing on. But in this earthly sense, it's self-destruction. So it's a matter of guiding those separate processes of self-destruction to join together and to create life, to bring forth something that is new, regenerative, and then to guide that new life as much as possible whilst the two entities are still together and with each other, to guide the new life into that process, to learn the ways of life before it begins that process of self-destruction, producing seed and the emission of that life force. So there is purposefulness within that art of seduction, to bring those two self-destructing entities together, to bring the new life into this universe. So that interaction of mutual processes isn't just a one-time hit and quit type situation, but there's agreement to stay with each other to guide that new life to be optimally optimal within this earthly realm. So in the culture of pedophilia and pornography and prostitution and promiscuity, the self-destruction, well, pedophile is not mutual self-destruction, that's atrocity. Even, well, I guess technically, by the definition I shared, if a woman is able to have children, if a young woman is 14, 15 years old and is menstruating, then perhaps that doesn't qualify as pedophilia. It's still rape and sexual exploitation, but it may not be pedophilia per se at that point, because she's already in that process of self-destruction. Same thing with a boy. If he's 14, 15 years old, has yet to produce semen, well, if he's producing semen, then I guess it's not pedophilia at that point. If he's 14, 15 years old, has yet to produce semen, then he's not in that process of self-destruction, and thus it's pedophilia. It's an entity, and it's a being that is experiencing the element of that process of self-destruction, and imposing that experience on another being that's not in that process of self-destruction. So maybe that's a beneficial definition and distinction in identifying this behavior. So there's a work product from these few hours. How about that? For those that pay attention, we're at yes now. How about that? So there's a purposefulness in the seduction when it's with the guidance of that new life and the responsibility, respect, and additionally. So the traditional dances of the world are part of that, because it is sexually objectifying, because there is purpose for sexual objectifying. The guidance is for it not to just be sexually objectifying. That's the thing. To categorically and absolutely condemn sexual objectification, that's irrational. That's excessive. It's a matter of when the sexual objectification is too much, and it's not in the context of further support and additionally, but sexual objectification is actually natural and it's beneficial, it's legitimate. The sexual attraction is sexual objectification, and it's primordial. So that's legitimate. What is abhorrent and what is the oppression and it gets to the point of the atrocities is when that there's nothing else there. There's no support, there's no love, there's no compassion, there's no commitment, there's no well-being, and additionally, it's simply just sexual exploitation. It's just objectification. So there's that. Now that being said, going back to the dancing, the traditional dance, there is there that this it is seductive. It is very much seductive. Um, it's a purposeful seductive, and in the culture of traditional dance, just like any other culture, it has the propensity and susceptibility of being of prostituted. So the mindfulness of that, even traditional dance can be corrupted and further and is corrupted. But um, the 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 authentic and purposeful practice of traditional dance is purposeful, and the seduction in traditional dance is also purposeful as well. Um, Again, as I said, guiding the relationship, guiding kinfolk into marriage and life, and guiding that life, children, in a healthy way of the ethics, the rituals, the songs, and the stories. Traditional dances, the traditional songs, traditional dances, the traditional stories, traditional dances, the traditional rituals. And when you have traditional songs and traditional stories and traditional rituals, you are teaching traditional ethics. And so, again, that's foundation of civilization and society in every village and culture. So that's purposefulness. That is purpose. So that's part of the purpose. That's purpose of within the seduction of traditional dance. It's a fundamental element within this equation. So um, that's what that's what I observe myself viewing at this moment and guiding myself away from the pornography, away from the explicit. I'm not, and this is not the traditional dance. This is not the new beat comes out and then a professional dancer does some choreography that shakes things up or whatever, and then everybody jumps on that bandwagon and does the same thing for 2 months, and then it's another thing. That's not traditional dancing. That's not traditional culture. That's the prostitute culture. And that, I don't mean no shade, no hate, but just that's the actuality, because it's formulaic and it's for the purpose of trending. It's for the purpose of being popular. It's for the purpose of making money, and additionally, and so it's not for the purpose of conveying those song stories, rituals, and ethics. So that's why it is less redemptive. And when equating it to traditional dance, it's somewhat erroneous. So um, now, mm, yeah, all right. That's what I find myself observing is traditional dance, and availing myself to the seduction of traditional dance, because it's very seductive, as I said, and it's all different types of seduction. So whether we're talking about ballet, and the types of poses, and maneuvers that ballerinas do, whether we're talking about Africa and just the straight up doing it. I'm talking about shake and I have to be mindful because I have to be less um, colloquial when I'm describing this at the moment. Um, I'm talking about just like hips and curves, and booty, serious bosoms, serious. It's just all of that is being done of it, and I mean you can listen to Fela Kuti may be the most go-to person to reference in this kind of conversation, but I mean, to be honest, there is legitimacy within this, because this is the merging of different standards of that art of seduction. Now, again, there's a susceptibility to the corruption, particularly in the formulaic kind of mass-produced culture kind of experience. But Fela Kuti has a song about FANA, the name of it escapes me, but he's describing a saying from Akan from Ghana, himself being from Nigeria. I actually have to discern what tribe he's from, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, or otherwise. But he's describing a Ghanaian proverb of like women holding their breasts when dancing, and additionally, not because of the concern of supporting the breast, but because it is beautiful. And there's like, ooh, what? Serious. There's a purposefulness within the seduction. So, um, that's another type of seduction. When we can talk about the 8 classical dances of India. We can talk about the different traditional dances from the different ethnic communities within China, and additionally, each has. We can talk about the dabka from the Middle East, and the different dances from Israel. We can talk about the native dances, and further the jingo dance, the jingo dress. and further. I mean, just it's it's so much beauty, natural beauty, ancient beauty, um, traditional beauty, and there is seduction. It draws a man in, and in many different ways, and it's purposeful too. So, um, it guides a man into relationship as well, and that's significantly the purpose. So that's where I find myself now, and still in the process of self destruction. It's less of my volition, and I find myself having to guide that self destruction in the optimally healthy way, because again, when practicing celibacy and chastity, because I'm not practicing celibacy, but chastity. Celibacy is never having sex at all. Chastity is only having sex in marriage, and without being married, then it's essentially celibacy. But there is the intention of marriage, so it's beneficial for me to abstain from proclaiming celibacy because I intend to have sex with a woman in marriage. I'm not making a promise or a vow of celibacy, so that's just for the record. But in this practice of chastity and not having sex with a woman and being further sensitive, hypersensitive to signals and experiences just in general. What I recognize again is that the LGBTQ homosexual men are very aware of heterosexual men who are gaining energy from withholding seed, from retaining seed, and getting life force. And the homosexual men have heightened telepathic communications and abilities of manipulation in terms of tempting the man through presenting women or presenting circumstances to draw the heterosexual man off of course, from doing things that undermine the homosexual men's hegemony of politics and economics, property ownership, and additionally within society. So that's one thing. Guiding, put presenting temptations in front of a heterosexual man, in a further subtle way, um, and in a further effective way. And when that is dissatisfactory to the homosexual man, if a heterosexual man is able to resist those temptations of a woman, then it's other types of temptation or other types of provocation, by bringing one of the homosexual men, and even one of the younger recruits or otherwise, one of the young proteges, and then ingratiating that protege self with the heterosexual man by knowing something about it, and then having conversation and distracting, and at the same time doing provocations too to provide aggravation, and knowing how to aggravate the man too. So and and also emasculating the man. So it's a combination of things. It's temptation. It's temptation even with a child, younger and younger women and girls, and distracting and dissuading a man through those temptations. So it's women, it's younger women and girls. Um, it's ingratiation from homosexual proteges, who empathize and socialize and additionally without actually committing to the lifestyle or to the work of the heterosexual man, but just like know everything about what he does and just support how fantastic it is, but actually just are just like, distracting the man from doing something that is productive, and just wanting to go on some kind of huge gaslight kind of situation. So that's another type of detraction, distraction, and additionally, uh, it is also emasculation. So it's the normalization of emasculation. So it's the war cloud, rainbow war clouds presenting themselves all increasingly pervasively, and all of that directly and intimately undermines the heterosexual man's masculinity, and he can respond to it by being angry. But then, in being angry, he avails himself to the genius of homosexual men, and just pointing everything else wrong that he's doing. So that's the aggravation response. But in the quiet response, the reserve response, then that emasculation, when women are dressed up like men and men are dressed up like women, and a heterosexual man does not directly denounce that or separate from that, and it just surrounds, and it imposes, and um, it affects the experience of normal, the experience of healthy, uh, and that affects the the experience of life and relationship, when there is this inundation of emasculation, men dressing up as women, women dressing up as men, and surrounding a heterosexual man. Um, if when he doesn't respond with fury initially, that fury festers, and it affects um, the experience of relationship. And plain and simple as this: there is a need for masculine energy and feminine energy balance. And when a man is unmarried, when a man is single and is significantly involved in the masculine energy experience, maybe have family, maybe friends, family, friends, community addition, but significantly at the home, particularly in his home, immersed in the masculine energy experience, there's that need of feminine energy experience. Um, and there's an imbalance when that is absent. And in that imbalance, there is susceptibility to manipulation. It's right there a second ago, but and we have to wrap this up because this is going on way long, regardless of what the storage situation is. Um, Still at DS. Okay, interesting. But it is 2.5 hours. How about that? Point here. Basically, the point is that regardless of what a man's marital status is, there's still the necessity of masculine energy and feminine energy balance. When he is without a fair amount of feminine energy balance, particularly by his own volition, it's different. If he's locked up in this and that's another situation. But particularly when he's proactively practicing a discipline of avoiding feminine energy for the sake of being disciplined. But in doing that, he's also being inundated with unhealthy feminine energy from women dressed up as men and men dressed up as women. That is a toxic masculine energy, feminine energy experience. And what is observed, at least by myself in recent experience, is that there's a necessity of distancing that toxic energy, that toxic rainbow cloud energy, with healthy or healthier feminine energy. And that's something that is experienced with traditional dancing, because the traditional dancing, when a woman learns her traditional dancing, she is rooted within her culture. She's rooted further within the relationships of her community. And additionally, there's an awareness of purposefulness. There's a femininity. It's not a matter of trying to conquer a man through telling him what to do or to try to subordinate him. She's being a woman in a traditional way and supportive of his masculine energy. Even vicarious delusional experience of media or whatever, there's still that femininity and the yin yang experience. So That's some of what I find in my recent experience with the traditional dancing. Now, this is something, again, I talk about song stories, rituals, and ethics for years and years. This is what is taught from our ancestors, prophets, and sages. Traditional dance is part of this. For a while, we cultivate a program of learning traditional music, world music, traditional music of the world, and we're continuing with that and finding musicians and groups that share traditional music. And we are recently, also within the past year or so, actually a little bit further than that, but becoming increasingly literate with traditional dance and cultivating a repertoire of dances from the different religions and traditions of the world to be able to share in an optimally authentic way, in a respectful way, in a dutiful way, and having a dance troupe or a dance group and teacher and core that is literate and versed in practicing these traditional dances. So, but I also recognize that as a man, this is also um, part of the experience as well that helps in um, navigating the immediate conditions of toxic sexuality uh, that is pervasive in the environment here. So that is what do we share here. Um, Continuing with the notes, and wow, that was just the first paragraph. This was the first thing I shared. This was the first what I just shared now. Just that. So um, we're gonna go to this side note that I took whilst talking, and then share this side note whilst talking, and maybe get into this here, and then oh wait a minute, look at all that. All right, so here we go, endeavoring to this, and let's see how expedient. The point, the objective is not to be expedient. The objective is to be effective. We're at 9 now. But truthful, and relevant priority. So, all right. Now, I talk about the toxic sexuality of society at the moment, and how and the effect that has on relationship, the pursuit of relationship, the expectations concerning relationship, and additionally, so and again, recognizing that everyone's in the process of self-destruction. So and how predatory people are in this process of self-destruction. Uh, and what the healthy guidance is, what the guidance is for being healthy and honest and um, genuine in pursuing and maintaining our relationships in this life. So that including the spiritual guidance. Uh, I remember when I'm in law school, I had in my bonus semester of law school, my extra semester, I actually took a course in the graduate school, and the course is a course in anthropology. The professor is one who's versed, expert in African culture, and she shares as part of the reading assignment. And this is one of the reading assignments. Yeah, we had a reading assignments where we had to go to the library. Like the book isn't even available. Um, in general, like we had to go to the library to. It wasn't even in the reserve kind of section. We had to like go there, say we're part of this class, and show our ID, and then we could check out the book for 1 hour, 2 hours, like those kind of reading assignments. So like yo, whatever is being shared here, yo, this is serious business right here, because this book is expensive, and like they not trying to let it go for nothing. So like that type of thing. So anyways, so I remember this reading assignment being from in one of those situations. Um, and I had expensive readings before that. Law school has a lot of like to get access to legal writings, and additionally that costs a lot of money. Now it's part of the tuition, so students don't pay it directly typically, but so it can lose sight of like how much is involved, how much it's costing, and just go on there and it's unlimited hours or whatever. This was a little bit of a different thing. It wasn't available in that same way. So anyways, that's old school. anyways, that being said, what was taught, what was shared in this particular reading was that, and this is anthropology. It was a belief system from Africa, and again, it's a long time ago. The specific tribe, and I think it was East Africa. We studied Margaret Mead additionally, but I don't even know if this was Margaret Mead. I think this was actually somebody else. But basically, this was what shared, and that was all my price of tuition right there. All that preliminary stuff, that was part of the price of tuition. That was the identification check into the library of my memories. Bleh. Anyways, all right. Not this ain't a joint of humor today right now. So in this reading, what is conveyed is that in the culture and traditions and beliefs of a certain community within Africa, I think it was East Africa and maybe other places as well. But this is the basic thing that is believed, and it is that the voice of God is conveyed through the voice of man. That might not sound like too much or whatever, like big deal, whatever. But like just to think of that, like God is speaking through the voice of a man, and that women having this belief and this reliance in listening to a man. And we already know how much different things men can say, whatever else. We've learned how much kinfolk disbelieve in their own words and talk so much garbage type stuff. All of it is manifesting the will of God. So it's a matter of like just being mindful of that. And sometimes it can be too much to listen to, whatever else. But just in that mindfulness, there's something that's revealed. Now, why a man's voice and not a woman's voice? We can think about the bass, and additionally, as a signifier of a man's scrotum. That might be very graphic or whatever, but I'm just being anatomical. Yet it's in that experience that there is that experience or that recognition of authority. Take that bass out your voice. When I read that over 20 years ago, um, a lot of it, to be honest, a lot of that reading, to be honest, I remember being in the zone. I was already like in the beginning my spiritual path at that point. A lot of life seemed surreal at that point. The 11th of September had just happened. I was at the library on that day. So my point is that I remember reading a lot of things, and I read all of the readings that semester for that class. That was the one time. Actually, you know what? Wow. This is 20 years later, and I just connected this. Wow. Who are we? Okay. Very very interesting here. Interesting. Okay. That was the one time in law school. My whole career, I didn't hardly read anything in law school, to be honest, in terms of what was assigned, because it was all BS, and I couldn't invest myself in it because it's very dense, tenuous reading of understanding what's being said. So nah, I'm not gonna like give up myself to understand this stuff. That class I did. I read everything. I did essentially all the readings. I got an A. So there is that logic of like if you complete the assignments, you get the grade. Now we didn't have any exams. We had our papers, but like I don't think my papers were any further fantastic than the papers I wrote in law school because I wrote some fantastic stuff in law school. To be honest, they just weren't based on what was the assigned readings were. So what I actually wrote for that class, it was a different class. It wasn't law school class, but I got an A. I did all the readings, and right there, that speaks for itself. And as I was saying that just a minute ago, what I was reminded of is that the only other time I got an A in graduate school at all was when I was in business school. My first semester, I got straight A's. I did all the readings, generally speaking. Maybe missed less than like 1% thereabouts, but essentially did all the readings and did all the assignments. Got an A in every course. Overload, 5 courses in summer semester. So those are the only times. Other than that, particularly in law school, probably straight C's. Easy. That was my average, probably. Interesting that just by doing the readings, I don't even know about performing on exams or papers or whatever else, but just those were the only times I did the readings. Um, I'd have to look back in terms of my undergrad, but anyways, um, my point there is that some of the readings, like I wouldn't even like absorb, I wouldn't even like try to like absolutely know or remember. I said, but just like, yo, get the reading done, read it, have some kind of like understanding about what's being read, and then we'll see how much we'll have to review and everything else like that. But at least I've read it. So in some of those readings, I remember like dozing off and not being tired, but like there was an energy in reading those readings. It's powerful. Like I would feel tired reading those readings, and it wouldn't be even be long. Like I said, I would have like an hour or two to read the readings, um, and so it'd be just maybe like 5, 10 pages. But I just remember just in those 5, 10, I'm young, I got energy, um, and even then, I'm like, and I could feel myself. I could feel like the power of the words, and it's not just like the ink on the pages. It's like the energy that's conveyed from the first person who wrote those words, and then the ink being just a continuation of those first written words, and those first written words being from walking in Africa and talking with the people and everything else like that. So it's like that energy that's being conveyed through that particular book, and that's being diluted in this online experience. I'm not trying to do the ASMR tingly type stuff, but um, that's just the mindfulness. So that notion when I was reading about the mind of God being heard through the voice of a man, um, obviously that impresses me to the point of remembering it 20 years later. But it was in the further context of additional things because it was talking about the belief system, certain belief systems in Africa. Um, and again, it's like it hits me because I'm a man, I got a voice by the grace of the Most High. So I'm just like, okay, authority existing in me. Whoa, don't let anybody else know about that. So anyway, all right. Now, with that knowledge, and when looking at today's society and talking about the masculinization of women and the emasculation of men, um, as I see two sitting doves, that's like one of the most beautiful things in the forest here is when the two doves are sitting together because they're a coupling species. They like to couple up. So do the cardinals. And the doves are just kind of like plain. They're sitting on a wire, just brown, chilling out. But like it's like constant. It's like loyal. I remember seeing the doves when I was in prison house a couple years ago in Denmark. Feeling the same thing, like they're the doves. I remember they would meet at the same point at dusk, and I remember sometimes like just seeing one. I'm like, oh, where's your husband at? Oh, where's your wife at today? And like just calling out. It's time. It's time. It's getting dark. Let's go home. And then eventually flying off, and thinking, oh, wait a minute, did they find their husband? Did they find their wife? And then the next day seeing them back together again. Ha ha dee. All right. So in today's situation about the voice, the man's voice, the experience of God, the mind of God being expressed through the voice of man. When we recognize all the different capabilities of altering voice, technology, apps, and all these other types of stuff, what confidence a woman has in the experience of God, in her experience with God, when that voice of a man can be altered and imitated in so many different ways, when women can imitate the voice of a man in so many different ways. There's a consideration of what confidence a woman has to have faith when hearing the voice of a man, when hearing the mind of God expressed through the voice of man, whether he's reading scriptures or otherwise. So there is this ongoing need of masculine and feminine together, and to be together in a healthy way, in an authentic way, in a continual way, a lifelong committed way, in a regular daily basis way. So, again, this is what village is. This is what living in a house, and in a, not house, but like in a domicile, in a home, in community with each other, supporting each other in that experience of regular day to day authenticity and honesty and support and respect and talking about God, talking with God. So, um, that's what the world needs now. Da, 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 da. All right. And that in traditional dance is a way of sharing this and achieving this. So where we have experience of traditional femininity and spiritual femininity and seductive femininity with the traditional dance of the world, in a balancing way, we have the traditional masculinity, the healthy masculinity, the scriptural masculinity from studies and teaching and sharing. So that's where we find a natural proclivity, a natural balance, a perfect balance. And it's very distinct from the mainstream of androgynous equality, of everybody doing the same thing and everybody's equal and everything else like that. It's okay to have the seductive women's side. It's okay to have the supportive masculine side. And finding these ways of staying together. All right, so that was one side. Then on the other side of the notes that I showed, one thing that's revealed today in the prayers and meditation a few hours ago is the things that we learn. Right. So every day when I do my prayers and meditation, I'm starting to get a bass voice now. Every day when I do my prayers and meditation, I also, part of it includes writing the date for the day. We follow in our community, our spiritual community, is 12 calendars. One is a compile calendar we refer to as Song of Yosef, which is our community. Then we have the Hebrew calendar. We have the Mayan Ha'ab long count calendar. We have the Handi, the Chinese Handi calendar. We have the Bastani Fasli calendar, with the Bastani Fasli reckoning of the Zoroastrian calendar. We have the Buddhist Samvat calendar. We have the Veer Samvat calendar from Jain tradition. We have the Vikram Samvat calendar from Hindu tradition. We have the Christian Gregorian calendar. We have the Islamic Hijra calendar. We have the Sikhi Nanakshi calendar, and we have the Baha'i Badi calendar. So we keep track in each of these calendars on a regular basis. It's supposed to be daily, essentially. So sometimes I miss days. So anyways, part of the way we our testing methodology for our educational program, when a student is taking a test, the way we grade it is that there are so many points that are available if the student like fills in all the responses. Now this is particularly talking about like let's say it's a spelling test, or so, let's say something compared to a mathematical test, but something that's very factual, like this is the correct answer. And it's a matter of having it presented in the correct way, in mathematics or alphabet or otherwise, or writing system. We deal with both in the calendar. It has numbers and representations, characters and letters. So in that type of examination, where there's a finite answer. There are only so many points. Every element of that finite answer is contributes to the point total, the total number of possible points for that exam. So let's say they're like an alphabet. We're not going to say English. Let's say I have to memorize those. Let's say a specific alphabet has 50 letters, 50 characters. Let's say it's a 50 character test. So it's a matter of, let's say it's just a Chinese character. Let's say it's the matrix of 200 characters. So the exam is to repeat the entire matrix by memory of the entire of all the 200 characters. So there are 200 total points that are available in that exam. If the student completes the entire exam and gets every character correct, represents it correctly, accurately, that's 200 points, 100%. Now, if the student leaves out a character, doesn't remember one, it's not minus anything. It's just they don't get that point. So if they write not 199 characters and they leave one out, that means their score is 199 out of 200, which means that's 99.5%. That's their score. It don't have to necessarily be a percent. That's just giving it a frame of reference. So, but their score is actually 199 out of 200. 199 out of 200. Now, if they instead of leaving it blank, if they guess or if they write the inaccurate calendar, that's minus a point. So, and everything else, every 199 characters right, 199 characters right, uno character wrong, it's the wrong character, and that's minus a point. That means that they don't get a point for that character, so that's 199, 199, and then they also get minus a point for putting in the wrong character. So their final score is actually 198, 198 out of 200, which equates to 99%, 99. That's the methodology of scoring. So a student is penalized, or we can use crass jargon in that respect. A student is penalized for guessing wrong or providing a wrong response. A student is not penalized for leaving it blank if they don't know. And the importance of that is not to convey inaccurate information. It's one thing not to know something, but it's another thing to convey the wrong information. And that's very important in our work of spiritual diplomacy. If somebody asks us a question about a certain tradition and we're uncertain and we say the wrong thing, that's abrogation upon abrogation. If we don't know, we have to have the honesty and the courage to say, I'm uncertain. What I understand, or here's where you might be able to find it. That's the brown belt. That's the brown belt methodology. Is saying, like, if I don't know the actual answer, let me find something. Let me say what I do know that's relevant as much as I can to the point. Otherwise, I can tell you where to go to find that answer directly. Or if God willing, if it's important enough, I can go and find the answer for you, and we'll see each other again, and I'll let you know. Not to give the wrong answer. The wrong answer is injury. So that's why in our educational methodology, we do the minus point for the wrong answer. Now, just as a further note on this one, part of the methodology also is that after the score is given, the student can, at that moment, correct the student's own self. If they remember the right answer or whatever, then they can get partial credit after that for correcting themselves. Otherwise, the student is welcome to take the exam home and then make all the corrections that they can find on that exam, and then bring it back the next day and get partial credit for those corrections. And what happens for the students who have perfect scores? We find other things. Extra credit assignments. They can make up their own extra credit assignments. What up? Anyway, all right. So further research projects and come on. That's one of those nice problems. We call those nice problems. What happens when the student is a straight A? That's one of them nice problems. So it's nice to have nice problems sometimes. Actually, often, anyways. But for the moment, we deal with what we got. So, anyways, that's not the lesson for today. The lesson for today is actually in doing the calendar. Um, Here's something that I learned for myself. I've cultivated that practice of not putting things, because in the calendar, if I'm not sure, and I'm doing this on a daily basis, I look back to the previous day to see what I wrote if I'm not sure. And if on one day I'm not sure and I write the wrong thing, I write the wrong number, or the year doesn't change and I forgot about that or whatever, I put the wrong year, and I'm looking back from the next day and I'm looking at what I wrote the previous day, I'm looking at inaccurate information, and that can continue on like the telephone game further. So if I'm uncertain, leave it blank and then come back to it and fill it in when I am certain, so that I'm not repeating and propagating the wrong day as much as possible. And I find that out today. I often find that out, to be honest, because sometimes there's lapse of concentration, whatever. I mean, there's perfect imperfection. So, but this is one of the ways of cultivating a discipline in life, of not of avoiding and minimizing how much we put out wrong information, and being comfortable in abstaining from having the exact information, and then valuing and being dutiful in providing the right information. So that's part of our methodology. Now, I still haven't get to the point for today. Um, Today I was observing that I had to like review and refine something that I had written a number of weeks ago. And so here's the methodology, and this is actually a very valuable lesson in life. Um, but what I recognize, and this is something I recognized a while ago, this is something that's shared with me a while ago, and I'm reminded of it today. And what it is this: we can fill out an exam with the idea that we're filling it out for the teacher. And so if we write something and it looks a little bit obscure, and maybe we do it intentionally, maybe we just do it lackadaisically, we just didn't put enough attention to it, so it's not as legible as it should be, or as we would otherwise make it or like it to be. And so if a teacher's looking at that and says, I can't tell what that says, I don't know, and they put a -1 or whatever else, and then the student gets the exam back and says, hey, wait a minute, no, I wrote that, that's what it says. And she's like, couldn't read it. I'm like, well, no, come on, come on, look at it looks just like that, You're relying upon the established knowledge of the teacher to validate what you yourself are communicating. And that might be the student's luxury. It's also the student's limitation, because it's like a subordinated thing of expecting somebody in a higher position to do something, and be understanding and be patient, and oh, you know what I was saying, you know what I was talking about. Yeah, but still, you have to know how to articulate this in an effective way, because when you take the exam with the mindset of not the teacher reviewing it, but the next student, next generation, your own students reviewing it. You can't go to your students and say, come on, you know what that says. It is beneficial to complete that exam in a way that somebody who is learning it for the first time sees what you're writing and learns from what you're writing, not presuming that somebody already knows it. That's when we are taking the exam with a teacher's mindset. So I find that very valuable. Um, and there's authority within that. That's when we come into our own as adults, as men and women respectively. When we start filling in the exam, walking our life, not with the student's mindset. We're always students, but not with that student's mindset and luxury of expecting somebody to understand, or you know what I was saying. Come on, you know what I'm saying. But with the teacher's mindset that we are teaching something to a student who is seeing it for the first time and does not know. So that's very valuable. Now, that being said, again, reapplying that to ourselves, for those of us who are actually students at this moment. And when taking an exam, again, taking university students, high school students, middle school, middle school students at this very moment who are taking exams, quizzes, maybe not exactly specifically at this moment while watching this, but at this stage of life of taking exams, to take that exam with the mindset of you're not showing this to your professor. It's not for your professor to review. You are creating a document to teach somebody who does not know that. A student maybe of your next generation, when you become a professor in that subject, and you say, this is what I did when I was your age, when I was a student, not when I was your student, but when I was your age. That's you're preparing a document for that student. If you're going to back home and you're sharing this knowledge with your community, you're saying, here's how we do this. It's a learning tool. It's not an exam for somebody else to review and everything else like that. This is a document. This is an archive. This is a reference material within your library for you to share. So you're like, wait, hold up, nah, come on, this is just this class or whatever else. That's where we be mindful. That's because that's what the exact point. If you find it very difficult, or you find it like implausible or undesirable to be a teacher in whatever you're taking an exam in, like you're not going to be teaching this. You're not going to teach. You don't want anybody else to be doing what you're writing right now. Listen to that. If you don't disagree with it, but you just like, it's frivolous. This is not relevant. Like, my people don't care about this. If you don't want to be a teacher of it, be mindful of that, because that is preparing you for a vocation, an occupation. And if you have an unwillingness of teaching that to somebody else, what that means is that if you in continuing on that path, you are immersing yourself and preparing yourself to be a slave into something that you don't believe. How do I put this? There are two types of slaves. I guess that's what it is. Being a slave to what you believe in, or being a slave to what you don't believe in. That's the two options. And if you're a slave to what you don't believe in, you might say, well, I'm getting paid for this though. Maybe at that moment. Lightweight. Anyway, I'm not going to get too deep or philosophical in this joint, because there are other things. But again, the first thing is the methodology of examination, evaluation. Unusual sound. It sounds like a heater, but it's summer. It sounds like water. But anyway, so that methodology of exams, reviewing exams, scoring exams, the implications of taking an exam, or guidance in taking an exam, in terms of whether it's for the teacher and presuming the knowledge of the teacher as the evaluator, or whether it's or with the teacher's mindset in preparing it for students, where students are learning the material for the first time. So rather than just being haphazard and just saying, oh, the teacher knows what I'm writing here. Yeah, no, it's okay. Completing that exam with the mindset of showing it to a student as a document of learning. So there's that. And then also, when taking that type of time and energy and effort in completing that exam, If one finds oneself like belabored and like not believing and not willing to teach it to another student, I'm not teaching this. I'm not going to take all that effort and time to teach this to somebody else. Then listen to what you're preparing yourself to get into. Because if you're studying anything that you're unwilling to teach somebody else, that means you're preparing yourself for work against your will. Just trying to figure out what that is. It's not even bothersome. I mean, it's not like troubling, but it was just like, yo, what is that? Because it definitely sounds like the radiator, but otherwise, it sounds like maybe a hose or something like that. But man. All right, how about I wrap this up, then I can find out. We are at ocho now. All right. Wow, we did a 5 hour joint just a minute ago. Now we're doing this joint. So that's examinations. And also in that respect, um, in terms of vocation, occupation, getting paid, and everything, here's something to think about. And I've shared, alluded to this somewhat in previous conversations about caste, the Varna system of the world republic. It is the Varna system of the world republic, because the world republic is the actuality. Science is ascending. The republic is declining. It's actually gone, basically, but science is still using it as a front, um, whilst it tries to figure out another way of doing things. And amidst all the other entities that are also authorities and vying for influence. So it's a republic system is significantly based upon the United States. The United States Varna system is a very specific doctrinal phenomenon, um, wherein the religious communities are at the top, large property owners are at the second, and then white collar workers at third class, and the blue collar workers at the fourth class. Um, Politicians, CEOs, and additionally are all in the third class, white collar workers working for the large property owners. Some might be able to ascend to the second class, but it's very few, extremely few, less than 1% of the population. Um, so the vast number of people are at the third and fourth level, and then there's a very small percent that are at the fifth level as well. Sometimes it's difficult to distinguish the fifth level from the first level. Voila. Now, so point is that the vast number of people and all the people with their big houses and big bank accounts and everything else like that, it's quiet now. Maybe it was the radiators. Maybe they're doing testing or something. Anyways, the vast majority of people in industrialized society exist at the third class or the fourth class, and perceiving like there's just such a huge distinction between the two, and vying and warring against each other to be third and fourth class, valuing each other and discriminating in apartheid between third and fourth class. Um, it just seems so silly, particularly, well, the hate from the fourth class to the third class, because like the fourth class just wanting to be third class, and then the third class thinking it's so superior than the fourth class when it's still just the third class, and pretending that the first class and the second class don't exist, or that they're not that significant and they're not actually slaves to the second class and the first class. So anyways, that just puts things in perspective. So when we talk about jobs and everything else like that, the distinctions between job roles and the valuations of how much people put in terms of, again, marital prospects, and additionally on whether the person's a doctor, a lawyer, or a janitor, or a teacher, or whatever, it's those are third and fourth class. That's it. So the genius about the republic, the modern republic, is how it accommodates religiosity, that first class. such that anybody in the third or fourth class can go to the first class in that religious context. But so many pretend to do that and are faking doing that, but still just immersed in the third and fourth class experience. Because the genuine first class experience of religiosity, like I said, looks very much like the fifth class. You think I'm just saying that? That's the nature, kinfolk, brethren, and sistren. Facts. So the people who proclaim being in the first class and have some air or look like either third class or fourth class, or even maybe second class, they're not first class. Did I call out the Pope? Jesus calls out the Pope. So I'm just a piece of shit, and I walk with God. I'm no better or worse than anybody else. Which reminds me of another one, the chakras. I shared it with recent kinfolk from the Eastern Hemisphere in responding to my shirt sign about looking for wife, marriage, family, and children. I shared an excerpt from the Star Trek. Kinfolk studies mathematics, so we talk about science and science fiction. And I mentioned Star Trek, the episode of Star Trek where there's this advanced alien life form. I guess human beings are an alien life form too, in the grand scheme of things. But this is a galaxy, galaxy, a life form from another galaxy. They were just pure light, beautiful, amazing light. The crew of the Star Trek Enterprise was enthralled with the appearance of the beings, and the beings could just like permeate through the walls of the spaceship and everything else right onto the bridge, and just pulsate with light, and have all this sentience and everything else like that. Can know everything about the humanoids and human beings and everything. And so the point is here that the alien life form, whilst the humans would think the alien life form was just amazing and beautiful, the alien life form was very unimpressed with human beings, just so primitive. And not only that, this is what the alien life forms called human beings: ugly sacks of mostly water. That was the name for human beings, ugly sacks of mostly water, because anatomically there's that accuracy, and so that's what the light beings are observing. So that's something that resonates particularly among science fiction kinfolk, just like that self-deprecating humor and truth. So anyways, that tends to get a favorable response because of that. Now, that being said, the follow-up consideration is, well, what about the prospect of like transcendence, and in that experience of transcendence, being light, literally being light. When we talk about energy and additionally being light, and thus perhaps there's within each of us the propensity of progressing from being ugly sacks of mostly water to being ugly sacks of mostly light. How about that? And you say, well, there's further self-deprecation here, because I'm trying to think of how to frame this, but this goes along the chakras. So we go along the chakras. So we've already dealt with light, with the navel chakra and fire. We've dealt with the water and the sacral chakra of water. So then we'll go into the earth chakra, and we can say that, well, human beings are just ugly sacks of mostly bullshit. That's facts. Lightweight, sort of, depending on how you define things, translate. So then we, in that process of discernment, we can also go to the heart chakra and refer to humanoids as ugly sacks of mostly air. So if it's not bullshit, then it's just like all the pretenses and whatever. So then we get into the kicker of this joint, which is this: going from ugly sacks of mostly water, ugly sacks of mostly light, ugly sacks of mostly BS, ugly sacks of mostly air, into being beautiful sacks of mostly nothing. We go into the fifth chakra, the throat chakra of emptiness. So anyways, that's some of the consideration. Now, we're almost done with this page of the notes. So almost done. Only 3.5 hours into this joint. Bullies. Dealing with bullies. There's a certain guidance. I mentioned before about white people being death and black people being murder. The idea with that is that um, white people seem to have a further proclivity of torture and dealing with things that are just like nasty and imposing that upon others as a way of behavioral control, influence, and otherwise threats, and otherwise keeping distance. But in that knowledge, there's also a certain discipline and culture of intermediate steps so that and so on the flip side, in terms of black people being murdered, just compassion, just the heat of the moment, affairs of the heart, not not imposing death, not intending it, but just in that fervor, killing, or in frustration and retaliation and everything else like that, murder. So the death is in the white experience of culture, using just being present and just like personifying death or threatening death just in kind of just like a comparatively innocuous way, and people being very fearful, people being very intimidated, very confused, and feeling that, just like feeling it. Meanwhile, white people would just be like, so what were you trying to do today? So, and then when people see that coming, like, or have that experience of that happening, then getting angry and then blaming white people additionally. And meanwhile, it's like, yo, it is what it is. Why are you getting so upset? And so that's again like the difference, the distinction between death and murder, because the murder isn't always thinking about it, isn't always like worried about it, isn't always threatening it. Um, but when it happens, it's nasty. So I don't mean to make light. I'm just communicating some insight about the distinction, particularly culturally, and how to find reconciliation, respectively and collectively. And obviously, there's a whole middle ground of meddling, middlers, however we describe it or whatever. And each one has a propensity for any one of that spectrum, but culturally, that's just what is observed. Um, so, one of the things about the death culture compared to the murder culture is that there are often a lot of steps in terms of behavioral doctrine, law, criminal law, justice system. There's a lot of intermediate steps of consequences before actually imposing death, because again, just recognizing the point here is to facilitate order. So I'll give a warning, and the warning isn't heeded. Here's another further serious warning. And it goes up to the point of just saying, okay, well, you know what? There's been this process, and now here it is. So it's not a murder. It's just like, oh, here's death, and being comparatively ambiguous. Whereas without that, it's just a matter of like, oh, they did that, da 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 da, get at them. And with that, there's less of a knowledge or a priority of having those staggered benchmarks or barriers or I think of the right word, um, stage stages of progression and acknowledgement and deterrence. So the law of murder is just like, get him back. The law of death is like, okay, here's what's prescribed for this particular scenario, and there's a certain orderliness and expectation and trust that exists within that culture of death compared to the culture of murder, where everybody's just competing with each other, and it basically just becomes who's ever stronger to impose their reaction or instinct or uh, instinctive kind of inhibited response of causing murder to somebody else. So the order is in that culture is depend or predicated upon the perception of people's power rather than necessarily the expectations of what is to happen. And so there's certain efficacy in the code. There's certain efficacy pluses and minuses of both, but um, as a universal experience amidst the different cultures, there seems to be a further, um, at the moment at least, seems to be a further favoring towards the orderliness, and that's such a negative frame of reference to put all this, but that's the thing. So on that note, in terms of dealing with bullies, even just within our own minds, aside from any kind of systemic construct of authority and um, legal system, criminal system, or otherwise, justice system, um, within our own responses to the injustices that we observe and or that we experience in life. The knee-jerk reaction, like the instinctive reaction we may often have to something, is just like, oh, that was disrespectful, annihilation. Like that's the first thing people think of. Yo, just kill him. But we know, come on, that's a little bit too. But that's like an afterthought. The first thought is, yo, just end it right now. Tired of it, end it. That's the murder culture. So the death culture is one of like saying, okay, well, this is a violation. What is the severity of this violation? How much of this is a priority to prevent from happening again? And then there are intermediate categories or intermediate boundaries to classify the behavior in before additional action is taken. And so there is a prudence within those intermediary lines. And it's beneficial for all kinfolk in a multicultural environment to be mindful of that culture of intermediary interventions, because it is further conducive to maintaining order and cooperation within a multicultural environment in experience. So when we look at how to respond to bullies, even potentate bullies, rather than just death and overthrow, and because that just becomes hyperbolic. That just becomes, people don't believe that. I mean, people aren't buying that. Even when people seem like militant and everything else like that, they're like, yeah, we'll see how long that lasts. So it's just implausible. And there might be some quick successes, but it's unsustainable, particularly as a systemic methodology. So some of those intermediate interventions include deprivation of economic benefit. I described before that the United States should prepare for a significant economic loss. That's an example of that type of intermediary boundarying. Additional things in just a very practical, contemporary sense: vandalism, particularly when we're talking about the plutocracy and exploitation of people proclaiming property ownership and stifling and stagnating community experience for the sake of retaining those proclamations of property ownership and minimizing political organizing and community organizing and religious organizing as a way of maintaining those proclamations of property ownership and the behavioral controls that are derived from those proclamations of property ownership. Those are some of the challenges. So that is also the bullying that is being done. So when we talk about countering that bullying, rather than just saying, oh, overthrow, oh, kill all the landowners. No. I'm not talking about that. There are intermediary endeavors that are employable. One I just mentioned before, the economic loss. Another is vandalism. Vandalism is not violence against the personal body. So we have the proclivity of employing that methodology when enveloped in conflict with others. Not just conflict, but particularly threat and undue subordination and subjugation and all them other Asians. God, I'm doing that again. I need to stop that. Yo, peace and blessing with all kinfolk of Asian ancestry, African ancestry, Akabilan, Europe, Middle East, Native, all around the world. There are intermediary actions that are employable rather than just overthrowing. Economic loss is a significant methodology. Some people do that through lawsuits. I'm not talking about thievery. That's another thing. I'm not necessarily not talking about thievery or what it may be accused of thievery, because everything is being stolen, to be honest. Um, Eventually, to be honest, one way or the other. Um, but one way of influencing um, the ownership, the mass ownership of areas of land, from particularly from foreign entities inside the country or outside the country. One of those methodologies of countering that type of bullying is vandalism. It's the general methodology is decreasing the value of private property, so that those who have large holdings in a specific municipality in a specific vicinity have further incentive to sell or to give away or to repurpose those facilities, that in a way into an entity that is increasingly agreeable and harmonious and peaceful with the initiators of the campaign of that municipality. Um, so vandalism is one of those things. Again, there's methodologies of doing it, like being public, providing public notice of what's being done, why it's being done, what is solicited as a part of the negotiations, and to stop doing it, and otherwise. So vandalism, tagging buildings, particularly buildings owned by owners, and that's one thing. Like, find out who the people are who own the municipality or the property within the municipality, or claim to own the property in the municipality around you. That's for ourselves too. Maybe further work than what might be anticipated or might be expected, but in that knowledge of and that information of who it is, then there's a better understanding of what the politics are, where one is, whether the people who are claiming ownership are family business, whether it's a corporation, whether it's an individual, whether it's a conglomerate that has many holdings in that particular municipality, whether it's a conglomerate that holds many holdings in other municipalities as well, inside the same vicinity or in other states, provinces, or countries. So that's telling you what the politics are around the village where you live. And then when those politics are very disagreeable with you, some of the things you can do to balance the levels of power and influence. So vandalism, and by vandalism, when breaking things, that gets further violent, because it's still only just property. It's inanimate, so it's not life, but at the same time, it can be seen as or perceived as violence towards people. So we have to be mindful of all of this. So one of the things is being public about it, just articulating again what is being done, why it's being done, what is sought to resolve it from being done. Knowing, so when doing that, saying, researching, finding out who the owners are, or those who claim ownership of the property in the municipality. Then, when there's the deemed necessity, causing vandalism, but particularly tagging things, but things that just decrease the value of that property. So whatever the landholders' equity is in their portfolio is, you're decreasing their economic holdings by decreasing the value of the property, decreasing the anticipated resale value and otherwise. So that's one. And if that is insufficient for whatever the purposes of the campaign may be, if there's still a lack of negotiation, then the game can be up to property destruction. Again, it's unfavorable. It's not preferable. It's less of the initial go-to thing. But when there's warfare being cut or done when cutting the trees and polluting the water, it's the property, the so-called property, is very much gain as response. So again, not violent, making sure, like, it's not arson necessarily in terms of lighting things up, because people can be hurt in that. It's very difficult to control a fire like that, particularly when it's in a building beyond one's own holdings or vicinity. But property destruction, breaking windows, it could be demolishing entire buildings when there's guarantees of nobody being there. There's a number of different things that can be done depending on the severity of the circumstances. One of the technologies, or one of the techniques or methodologies, is working with collectives from different municipalities, whereby people aren't doing it in their own hood because they're increasingly susceptible to the power structures within that particular municipality. When it's visitors doing it in a cooperative sense, then there is further resilience against the persecution. Now, a lot of the places are county in terms of prosecution and everything else, but still, when working with different kinfolk from different municipalities, particularly different counties, different states, different countries, much further effectiveness in countering the injustices of um, the property proclaimants with any particular locale. So there is the notion of people stop polluting nature, and then people can stop polluting. Uh, is it the portfolios? Um, all right, we're almost ready now to conclude this joint. Uh, we're getting into some of the extra. We're at siete now, so okay. One way or the other, one way or another. We're gonna stop this. We're gonna stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. One way or another. We're gonna start this. We're gonna start it, start it, start it, start it. Now you can do the remix all you like. All right, man and woman. When man and woman get together, you talk about worlds colliding. Let's get off that. We can talk about worlds merging. How about that? So first, to put this into context, first recognize like there's a universe within a man. There's a universe within a woman. There's multiple dimensions. It's infinite dimensions. It's the divine presence, what you're talking about. So that's within man and woman. So when we talk about the union, the sexual union, the holy union, the marital union of a man and a woman, bringing new life into this world, that's a union, a merging, literally a literal merging of infinite dimensions with each other. That's no hyperbole. That's facts, literal. The merging of infinite dimensions with each other. Now, that's beyond comprehension. So that's just how amazing that is. And what all the implications are in seduction and everything. Why things get stimulated within the bodily experience, because that's what's being conjured. The prospects of that incomprehensible phenomenon, of infinite incomprehensible phenomenon, but particularly that one, that's what's happening. So to give an idea, like just the immensity, because we know that already, and we know how amazing that is, but at the same time, just it becomes like just an abstraction of all the other amazing things that are in our mind. So to put a visual on this, you look into the sky right now. We got clouds, big old puffy clouds going from north to the south. We got blue sky popping in the background, but it's mostly cloudy right now. We had some rain earlier, so that's the scene right now. But blue sky. Now, if just looking out in the sky, particularly in the day, particularly when we can see some blue sky, all of a sudden we just see like a planet, literally another world, a planet, slowly approaching from the distance. It's just getting larger and larger and larger. It looks like a UFO at first, but it just keeps on getting bigger. It's not a comet. It's not a meteor. It's not moving fast. It's moving very slow. And it gets closer, you can see it. It's actual planet. As it gets closer, you can see like, oh, all that blue, that's water. Wait, hold up. That green, those are trees. And it gets closer and closer to the point you can start like discerning like a forest and life and beings on that planet. And it just keeps on getting closer and closer. And the prospect of that is that world merging with the world one finds oneself on. That is just a partial visual of the union, the holy, sacred, marital, sexual, miraculous union between man and woman. Seeing an actual planet slowly creeping up, not creeping, but slowly moving towards one's own planet, and then just continually merging. And it's not a violent thing, it's not a scary thing. It just like it's like it happens. And as it happens, like life adjusts. Like the life on that one planet starts to walk onto the life of this planet. The life of this planet starts to walk and migrate, and additionally onto the other planet. Do you think I'm making this up? All right. So that's that. That's lightweight awesome. If I do say so myself. And I don't. All right, now we get into another parable. And actually, this is where we get ready to wrap this up. Oh, I'm supposed to say what I was supposed to be doing. It's afternoon now. I started, you can see, over 3 hours ago, 3 hours ago, and now it's afternoon. I'm supposed to share my to-do list for today, and the day is almost to done. Hootie. So what's this called? It's called vain. All right. I'm so vain. I probably think this song is about me. That is hilarious, actually. I can't say that's the song of this generation because it's not my generation to say that. It's not even the song of my generation. That's before my generation, but I do remember that song. Carly Simon, I think her name is. That's funny. All right. Parable time. So we talk about raisins. Now this one is actually a very serious message. It might sound childish or whatever, but it's serious. There we go again. So it's about raisins. Now, I have the recent occasion of visiting. Well, why do I say this now? I say this now. Yeah, all right. I have the recent occasion of visiting a land where there is a low-key raisin collective. And raisins have the tendency of being devalued amongst kinfolk. Kinfolk don't appreciate raisins as much as kinfolk should. Kinfolk devalue raisins. Some brethren find a raisin and chew on the raisin, but don't consume the raisin. Don't complete the raisin. Instead, chew on the raisin and then pass the raisin on to another one. Another one chews the raisin. And it goes and just pass the raisin on amongst the brethren from one to another. One chews and has enough and then passes it on like gum. And just kind of overlooking and disrespecting the raisin. And failing to recognize that the raisin has a seed. The raisin has seeds. Yet the nature of the raisin is different than a date. The raisin is actually a grape. Plump and firm and juicy, fresh, sweet and tart. That's the story. There's beauty in the raisin. There's beauty in the grape. There's beauty in the date. And there's respect. There is divine presence and purpose within each, the raisin, the grape, and the date. That's the story. Briefly, there is also the benefit in recognizing, in reading the stories, the narratives, the histories of native kinfolk on this continent. Recently, as part of the project, which I'm supposed to be articulating soon because that's where we're getting to here. People are told about the Underground Railroad that goes to Ohio. That's a well-known, it's a wider known kind of narrative and historic actuality. But particularly when reading the history of native kinfolk, it's beneficial to recognize there's another underground railroad before the Underground Railroad, and it was just basic logic. But it was kinfolk who go to go south instead of going north. Go south. It's a shorter walk. Don't have to worry about winter as much or any further than what is already done. And that path goes all the way to the Seminole land where African slaves are accepted and have land and settlements, and additionally in Florida. Many are known later as Black Seminoles. Many become ingratiated and connected with the Seminole Nation, the native kinfolk. So that's a thing. That's also widely known, maybe lesser known than the Underground Railroad to Ohio and Canada, but it's actually, again, it's a shorter trip. It's further, I should say, it's a further proximate trip, less whatever, warmer climate, particularly for those who have come from a warmer climate. Now, not only that, but the just like there's the Underground Railroad that goes to Canada, there's also the Underground Railroad that goes to the Bahamas. How about that? Or Cuba, and other places. That's a thing, and it's beneficial to recognize that because it wasn't just Ohio, and just the logic of that. Like, someone is coming from Africa where it's warm, and is forcefully deported to the southern part of this continent. It's cooler. It's warm, but it's cooler. Seeing snow for the first time, and not knowing where to go, and being told, "Oh, no problem, just go to where it gets colder and colder." I don't know about that. As opposed to being from a place that's warm, being deported to a place that's cooler, still warm, and then going to a place that's warmer. Florida, Bahamas, Cuba, Mexico, Mayan land, Aztec. Points further west. Cherokee, Mississippi. Might be careful with Apache. Lakota, Diné, and further. So, anyways, that's a reminder. So when we talk about the bottom, Miami, that place, we talk about the Underground Railroad, the Black Star Line, and additionally, we talk about the current venture of the bottom to Timbuktu shipping line. So the guidance is kinfolk of African ancestry, those who are repatriating, those who are Pan-African, those who are have business savvy, those who have just the inclination, pooling together and acquiring, constructing a ship, a cargo sailing ship that accommodates passengers as well as cargo. A modest venture, yet a sovereign and autonomous venture. And in having a ship rather than just funneling money to airlines, now this is something that is available continually for years and years and years and years by the grace of the Most High to facilitate travel between Miami, Florida, of this continent, and Accra, Ghana, and the Cape Coast. So that's it, plain and simple. Now we talk about, and it goes back and forth. That's it. That's the one line it does. Every few months, one way, every few months, the other way. Yeah, it might take a couple weeks, however long it takes, a couple days, whatever long it takes. So what? Do a study abroad. Send kinfolk there, semester of study, whatever. Um, you can do a working excursion. You visit a village, and visit with the collectives that are building in West Africa. Visit the ancestral homelands in West Africa. Um, so the thing is, again, like kinfolk are dropping a couple G's just on airfare to get to Africa, to Ghana. 2 G's, one person, one trip, round trip, 1 year. That's a lot. That might not be a lot, but it's a lot. You get 100 people, 1,000 people, just 1,000 people, less than the population of an HBCU at this moment. Many of the HBCUs, much less than what is spent on the tuition at the HBCUs. But you get 1,000 people to drop $1,000 instead of getting the airline ticket. Drop that G into constructing a cargo sail ship that accommodates maybe 40, 50 people on the transatlantic travel. I say 50 people. In the course of, let's see, how many trips does that mean? 50 times 20. 20 trips. Maybe in about 4 years, you complete 20 trips, 4 or 5 trips a year. In those 4 or 5 years, each one of those kinfolk who does that contribution is able to go back and forth to Ghana. In addition to that, still have the boat. And so for the next 4 years, another 1,000 people are able to go. And it's probably further. To be honest, I'm just making those maths up. It might be 50 people, the capacity for travel. It might be more than 50. It might be 200 people. I don't know. It depends on the ship, too. I'm thinking about specifically a type of ship that's being constructed by kinfolk with sail cargo out of Mayan land in Costa Rica. They do organic sail cargo ships that also have electronic motor capacity as well when need be. But basically, it's organic, environmental, sustainable ships, low fuel costs, and additionally, that can ship cargo, but then also have a capacity for passengers as well. I have to look back at the numbers in that respect because it varies depending on how much cargo and everything people have, but that's available. And depending upon that, again, and how often the boat can be utilized in a year, they gave some scenarios about how often, particularly most of I think there was a transatlantic sail route that they gave as part of the repertoire, but a lot of it was along the coastal line of the Western Hemisphere. But I think there was some cross Pacific maybe, but I think most confidently also transatlantic. But how long it takes, maybe a week one way, thereabouts. So it's a little bit longer. But how often could that be done, and particularly given the weather patterns in each year? Again, 4 or 5. 4 or 5 might be pushing it, but anyways, the math is there. A couple times a year, a number of people a year, and it pays for itself in that respect in a comparatively short period of time, 4 or 5. And then after that, it's gold. It's better than gold because it's available for other kinfolk as well. Not only that, again, it's a matter of shipping cargo, so that it can be utilized for that purpose, for offering shipping services. And now there's a return on investment beyond just having the ship available. So obviously there are additional costs. There's crew, there's insurance, there's all the other elements, there's maintenance. But that's the basics of it, and it's available. It's doing. Now that's one thing. Again, for the same price of an airline ticket, the same number of kinfolk, 1,000. Talking about the year of return. How about the year of getting our act together? How about that? Serious. The year of getting our act together. I'm calling that. What's up? What year should that be? Come on. All right, this is not a joke stuff, but the year of getting our act together. Um, Now that's just on the airline thing. Now let's talk about these whips. People spending 50 G's on a whip. Yo, come on. You're gonna spend 50 G's on a whip. 50 G's on a whip. How many people does that take to get together? If you have 10 people, that's 500 G's. You get 100 people, that's 5 mil. 100 people who are spending 50 G's on a whip. Do you know 100 people who have a whip like that? Probably. If you're in a fraternity, a sorority, an HBCU, a professional organization, and additionally, 100 people. Anyways, you get 100 people, 50 G's on a boat. How about 50 G's on a boat and a busing line? So half of it goes to the boat, half of it goes to a charter bus line that goes from Miami to New York and Miami to Chicago. Back and forth, just all it does is up and down, back and forth. Once a month maybe. Come on. That's so plain and simple. It's so easy. It's so right there. So what's up? That's it. And the slogan is, instead of dropping it on a boat, excuse me, wait, that's the slogan. Instead of dropping that G on an airline ticket or dropping it on a whip, you drop it on a boat, drop it on a boat. That's crass. That's trying to clean up the crass, but anyway. So on the to-do list, we have our school, World Liberty, the Academy Piety, the schoolhouse, the endeavor of teaching world literacy, world civilization. My assignment right now is completing a timeline of world civilization. So all the different world civilization: African, European, Middle East, Asian, India, China, the native hemisphere, the Western hemisphere, doing a timeline of all of these civilizations and then putting it together and having a succinct timeline. So that's just part of the assignment I'm on at the moment. And the intention with that is putting together a book series of pan-heritage storybooks. So this timeline is intended as a preface for each of these books. Each of the books is specific to a specific pan-heritage experience. So one is a pan-Asian, one is pan-African, one is pan-European, one is pan-native, one is pan-Mediterranean, one is specifically to the mixed heritage. I think there's another one, but that's basically each one is a different storybook, and each storybook has a collection of stories from that pan-ethnic heritage. And so then, in addition to that, we have some preliminary standard materials for each of the books that we share with each of the books. One of these is the timeline that I'm working on at the moment, in addition to some of the things that we already complete within recent years. So that's one of the assignments that I'm in the midst of at the moment that I'm being delayed and procrastinating with, because such is life. I'm also in the process of putting together a calendar for next year, because we have one each year, as I mentioned. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Well, all right. I shared this with kinfolk recently, and this shows like the example of my spiritual practice. So, this was actually 2 weeks ago. So, this is in reverse now too. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. So this is Sunday, and it goes Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We don't do anything on Saturday because it's Shabbat. But it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then Shabbat. So that's how it's supposed to typically look. Actually, it's reverse. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. No, what? Let me do this right. Wait. Monday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Shabbat. So that's what it typically looks like in a week. Um, when I do the prayer meditation, then I fill it out for that day, and that's the calendar date for that day. It's in reverse right now because that's how this thing records. So, for example, in this week, it is evident I did not do my prayer meditation on Sunday a.m. or Monday a.m. I did it on Tuesday, I did it on Wednesday, I did it on Thursday, I didn't do it on Friday. I probably did it on Saturday, Shabbat, but I don't record it because we don't use a pen on Shabbat. All right. So, the next week, this is what it looks like. And to be honest, I'm immersed in dancing, and Kong Tzu leaves because of it. This week, this is today. So anyways, my point for sharing that at the moment, there's occasions when this is typical. You can see what it's been like for this year. It's been kind of off and on. A lot of off, to be honest. And that's probably telling. Some of it's been no reasons, no excuses. It's path is trod, and we're still working it out. But it's been off and on. There have been occasions in the past years. I've been doing this. I've been keeping a record of this for like 4 years, about thereabouts. And it's been further consistent in preceding years. The most consistent it's ever been is when I was in lockup. How about that? Beautiful. I don't advocate that. I don't solicit that, but that's just the facts. Extremely concentrated experience. Very few distractions. Very tenuous and heinous context and circumstances, but that's part of the benefit of that isolation. And the heinous isn't necessarily specifically on nothing about the, well, not nothing, but it's not primarily about the prison guards or anything. It's about like the further mechanics involved in that process. Now we're going to do storage check, because now we're remembering, there's the prospect of this entire thing not recording. So now we're at 6. And cats are popping up at the mouth now, right now. And such as the conditions of life here at the moment. But they're getting a little bit excessive. And I have a mindfulness of who the vehicles are that are emitting that energy. So, patience. What up? All right. So that's one of the things on my to-do list at the moment is timeline, and it's involved. Like, it's interesting to see how much energy, how much attention, just studies involve, and why people don't do it, because it is involved. Sometimes we can take it for granted when we're immersed in it. Just like with anything, if we're exercising, running every day, we're like, yo, this ain't so bad. I don't know why nobody else is doing it like this, because yo, you've been doing it, and it's like you're in it. But anyway, so timeline is one thing, and I see how much it can be enveloping, and just like reading the history and stories. And some of it is some of it is further available than others. Some of it, the timeline is like ready-made, it's already there. Some of it requires like extrapolation. Let me think of a better word. It requires work, and like delving through a lot of material, and then discerning what elements to share in a timeline format, recognizing that there's a lot to compile together. So that's one of the projects at the moment. One of the assignments. Another assignment is, I was talking about the calendar here, because we're working on another calendar. So we put together a year-long calendar that has all the observances of the next year upcoming, so that we can help plan and coordinate our activities for the next year. It's something we share with kinfolk within the Sona Ashram specifically. And so we're getting at that time of year where we do that type of planning. And so that takes work, that involves work, that requires work. And so that's what we're doing at the moment too. And in addition to that, we are presenting this as a trade offer to kinfolk to provide that calendar. We're sharing that calendar just gratis. But in addition to that, offering the greeting cards, and we've done a series of greeting cards this year, and ha 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 ha. We've done a series of greeting cards this year. We're near the conclusion of this year-long cycle. This is the first occasion of doing this, and some of this has been visited by Wata, but it's in reverse order. So I'm trying to present this like in the order that I'm not going to show this whole thing right now. Well, do 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 do. I'm not going to show this right now. We're doing this in order, are we not? Okay. I don't know what's up, what's down, what is sideways. Oh, it's such expert artistry. Isn't that the word? Expert artist experts. Oh, day. So that is the collection up to this point. We have a few additional holy observances to include to complete the yearly cycle. So, but this is something we just put together this past year. Did it for the first time. To be honest, we do receive positive responses, and additionally, so we're continuing, God willing, doing it next year. And what we consider is, what we're preparing is offering a trade with kinfolk who appreciate knowing the different observances, all different. I'm not going to say all the different observances that are represented here, but the major observances within the major traditions of the world throughout the year. And it's a nice thing for people to be reminded of, like if they're not, even when they're not part of that tradition, to know, like, the people in their area, the people in their neighborhood, these are the observances in your neighborhood. These are the observances of the people in your neighborhood, in your neighborhood, in your neighborhood. So it's a nice reminder. And then they can say, hey, I got a postcard, or I got a greeting card from somebody in your community. So we're offering a trade offer of a year's duration of greeting cards, in addition to the calendar that articulates that. Not yet the material or the explanation of all the calendars or the observances, because first, a lot of kinfolk don't have a significant interest in having all that information. But even just a greeting card, and then when the observances are held is beneficial. So in exchange, we are in that trade offer, we are soliciting in return 1 kilogram of silver. I'm not supposed to be making jokes today. So that equates to about $700, depending upon the market price of the silver. So it could be 300, it could be a G, but that's what we're soliciting in return, and that's for basic sustenance, and also sharing the schedule of that sustenance: rice, beans, spices, tea, da 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 da. So anyways, that's one of the things on the to-do list at the moment as well. One of the assignments is preparing those materials for that presentation. I mentioned already the Pan Heritage storybooks. That's the further assignment and further project on the to-do list. We have the next version, or the next volume, not volume, it is the next edition of Tobari Gokudao. So we compile authentic or orthodox translations of Torah, Bhagavad Gita, Digha Nikaya, Dhammapada, and Gospels, Quran, Tao Te Ching. We do this a number of years ago, and through the years, we do periodic updates, adjustments, and additionally, it's a work in progress. So there's a lot of things to I don't want to say improve, but we can say enhance, whatever else. But I mean, just in terms of making it further presentable. So the first iteration was kind of like getting it done and presenting it. Then we work on beneficial things to make it further accessible and easier to read and easier to follow. So we have the next edition on the verge of completion. It's just a matter of formatting it and uploading it in the format of the online publisher. That's one of the things I'm working on at the moment. And then in addition to that, even then, it's still not the completed version, because there's the intention of doing, God willing, another edition after this, where we revise the English translation. So not in terms of changing the words, but particularly the formatting. Some of the words, I think we've already changed, or not changing, but articulating the words, particularly like, for example, when God is referred to in the first person masculine, we simply adjust all those occasions back to describing, just saying God, rather than specifically limiting the understanding of God to a specific gender. And it's not anything, it's not feminist or whatever, it's just a matter of being honest. And having a further, well, I'm not getting into the politics of that, but anyways, that's an example of something that we do in the completed editions. But at the moment, what we're working on is adjusting the formatting, because we practice I don't want to say advanced, but just I want to say evolved. I don't want to say revised, but I'll say evolved. Whatever. We practice a formatting methodology that makes it much easier to read something, and reading comprehension is much enhanced. Let us tell it. And without getting into the details of the mechanics, but it basically it's like how in the English language we look at the structure, the grammar, the grammatical structure of a sentence. It's basically formatted along those lines. So rather than just writing off until you run out of space, it's writing off until there's the end of the sentence or a phrase, and then beginning another line with the next phrase or the next sentence. It makes reading comprehension much easier, much further accessible, less intimidating. It does lend itself to columns further than just writing an entire page. But again, it does take a little further space, so that requires some adjustments in that respect. But it's just much further, it's much easier to the reading comprehension, confidence, organizing, and additionally, particularly when doing different languages, and additionally, is much. It's easier. It's a higher reading comprehension. So where we're adjusting the English text, and actually maybe also the transliteration to go with that. We have to think about that. Might be additional, because it takes a long time to do this stuff. but the English translations to make it in that format. So that's a next iteration. We wanted to do it for this one, but again, it takes a long time. So at this point, and it's a lot of text. It's how many thousands? It's a little misleading to do it in pages, but each volume, there are 5 volumes to the set, and so each volume, there are about 50, no, there are about 12 chapters to each volume, so there are 54 chapters, actually, to be specific, 54 chapters total. There are probably about 100 pages for each chapter, so that would be about 5,000 some odd pages for the site, for the entire set. 5,000 pages for the entire set, for the entire edition. So that's a lot of material to edit and whatever else. So anyways, that's for the projects. And that's in addition to just doing the regular stuff of prayer, meditation, and studies, and additionally. So those are some of the things on the to-do list. Music on the to-do list. We're emphasizing language studies at the moment as a way of what to offer. Doing drum and further. So that's much of what I have to share at this point. Now it's time to have breakfast. Now it's not. It's like the restaurants are getting closed for lunch. I ain't going to no restaurant at this point, but like that breakfast that I had waiting for me, leftover rice from yesterday evening, the birds done went through it already. That's what was fed at the beginning. I split the rice and I said, oh yeah, I had this idea. Let me share this very quick 4 hours ago. So fun times had by all. That is to quote my dear younger brother. That being said, I will say also, all thanks and praise to the Most High. Blessed love and peace in Rastafari.